يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار ربنا إنك ما تدخل النار فقد عزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا بربكم فآمنا ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوافنا مع الأبرار ربنا وآتنا ما وعدتنا على رسلك ولا تخزنا يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر كبيرا والحمد لله كثيرا وسبحان الله بكرة وأصيلا لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وحده ونصر عبده وأنزى جنده وهزم من عذاب وحده لا إله إلا الله ولا نعبد إلا إياه مخلصين له الدين ولو كره الكافرون اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وعلى أصحاب سيدنا محمد وعلى أنصار سيدنا محمد وعلى أزواج سيدنا محمد وعلى سرية سيدنا محمد وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا. الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين آمين آمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. إني وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات والأرض حنيفا وما أنا من المشركين. قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين. إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. وإما ينسكنك من الشيطان نسك فاستعيذ بالله إنه هو السميع العليم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ويا قوم استغفروا ربكم ثم توبوا إليه يرسل السماء عليكم مدرارا ويزيدكم قوة إلى قواتكم ولا تتولوا المجرمين أستغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه أستغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه foríjì wá kó kẹ́ wa astaghfirullah العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه àforíjì rẹ̀ là ń wá Ọlọ́run astaghfirullah العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفارق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا foríjì wá kó kẹ́ wa غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لا ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا ولا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا وأخطأنا ربنا ولا تحملنا علينا إصرا كما عملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فتعالى الله الملك الحق لا إله إلا هو رب العرش الكريم وما يدعو مع الله إلا الآخر لا برهان له به فإنما حسابه عند ربه إنه لا يفلح الكافرون وقل ربي اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين ربي اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور الذي خلق سبع سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فرج البصر هل ترى من فتور ثم رج البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو الحسير ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلنا رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم أصحاب السعير وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير إذا ألقوا فيها سمعوا لها شيئا ويهتفون تكاد تميز من الغيظ كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتكم نذير قالوا بلى قد جاءنا نذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما أنزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو ناكل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير فاعترفوا بذنبهم فذوقوا لأصحاب السعير إن الذين يخشون ربهم بالغيب لهم مغفرة وأجر كبير واسعوا قولكم أو اجهروا به إنه عليم بذات الصدور ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف الخبير هو الذي جعل لكم الأرض سلولا فامشوا في مناكبها وكلوا من رزقه وإليه النشور آمنتم ما في السماء أن يكب بكم الأرض فإذا هي أتم أم أمنتم ما في السماء أن يرسل عليكم حاسبا فستعلمون كيف النذير ولقد كذب الذين من قبلهم فكيف كان النكير أولم يروا إلى طير فوقهم صافات ويكبرن ما يمسكوهن إلا الرحمن إنه بكل شيء بصير أمن هذا الذي هو جند لكم يرزقكم من دون الرحمن إن الكافرون إلا في غرور أمن هذا الذي يرزقكم إن أمسك رزقه بل لجوا في عتو والنفور أفما يمشي مكبا على وجهه أهدى أما يمشي سويا على صراط مستقيم قل هو الذي أنشأكم وجعل لكم سمعا والأبصار والأفئدة قليلا ما تشكرون قل هو الذي زاركم في الأرض وإليه تشرون ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين قل إنما العلم عند الله وإنما أنا النذير مبين فلما رأوا زلفة سيئت وجوه الذين كفروا وقيل هذا الذي كنتم به تدعون قل أرأيتم إن أهلكني الله وما معي أو رحمنا فما يجيء الكافرون من عذاب أليم قل هو الرحمن آمنا به وعليه توكلنا فستعلمون من هو في ضلال مبين قل أرأيتم إن أصبح ماؤكم غورا فما يأتيكم بماء معين الله رب العالمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم أنت ربي لا إله إلا أنت خلقتني وأنا عبدك وأنا على عهدك ووعدك ما استطعت أعوذ بك من شر ما صنعت وأبوء لك بنعمتك علي وأبوء بذنبي فاغفر لي فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل ادعوا الله أو ادعوا الرحمن أيام أن تدعوا فلا الأسماء الحسنى ولا تجأر بصلاتك ولا تخافت بها وابتغي بين ذلك سبيلا يا الله الله يا الله الله الرحمن الله الرحيم الله المالك الله القدوس الله السلام الله المؤمن الله المؤمن الله العزيز الله الجبار الله المتكبر الله لا إله إلا الله الخالق الله البارئ الله المصور الله الغفار الله القهار الله الوهاب الله الرزاق الله الفتاح الله العليم الله القابض الله الباسط الله الخافض الله الرافع الله المعز الله المذل الله السميع الله البصير الله لا إله إلا الله الحكم الله العدل الله اللطيف الله القدير الله العليم الله العظيم الله الغفور الله الشكور الله لا إله إلا الله العلي الله الكبير الله الحافظ الله المقيت الله الحاسب الله الجليل الله الكريم الله الكريم الله لا إله إلا الله الرقيب الله المجيب الله الواسع الله الحكيم الله الودود الله المجيد الله الباعث الله الشهيد الله لا إله إلا الله الحق الله الوكيل الله القوي الله الولي الله المتين الله الحميد الله المحسن الله المبدئ الله المعيد الله المعيد الله لا إله إلا الله المحيي الله المميت الله الحي الله القيوم الله aliwajidu Allah, alimajidu Allah, aliwahidu Allah, alihadu Allah, as-samadu Allah, aliqadiru Allah, alimuqtadiru Allah, la ilaha illallah, alimuqaddimu Allah, alimuwakiru Allah, ali awalu Allah, ali akiru Allah, azairu Allah, ali batinu Allah, ali wali Allah, ali mutaali Allah, ali baru Allah, atawabu Allah, alimuntakimu Allah, al-afuwu Allah, ar-raufu Allah, la ilaha illallah, maliki Allah, zulijalali Allah, wali ikrami Allah, alimukisitu Allah, alijamiu Allah, alaganiju Allah, alimugini Allah, alimaniu Allah, adaru Allah, annafiu Allah, anuru Allah, aliyadi Allah, alibadiu Allah, alibaki Allah, aliwarisu Allah, arrashidu Allah, asaburu Allah, la ilaha Ọlọ́run la ilaha illallah, la ilaha kama kule la ilaha illallah, la ilaha kama kule la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
وما من إله إلا الله الواحد القهار رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما العزيز الغفار لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت وهو حي لا يموت بيد الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير لا إله إلا الله الواحد القهار رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما العزيز الغفار لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقل الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك ولم يكن له ولي من الذل وكبير ككبيرا سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر الله أكبر والله أكبر ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر والله أكبر والله أكبر ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم.
كلمتان خفيفتان على النسان ثقيلتان في الميزان حبيبتان إلى الرحمن سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله Ọlọ́run ṣe subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Adúpẹ́ subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Ìyẹ́lọ́pẹ́ yẹ subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Adúpẹ́ f'Olúwa subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Ọba tó ṣe jíjẹ subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Òun ló ṣe mímọ́ subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Àwa tún ti dé subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Dákun gbọpẹ́ àwa subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Dákun gba ìyìn wa subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá dúpẹ́ subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Aró mi ọ̀gá subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanallah. Ele azimi subhanallah wa bihamdihi adada khalqihi wa ida nafsihi wa zinata arshihi wa midada kalimatihi subhanallah walhamdulillah. Astaghfirullah Allahu la ilaha illallah subhanallah walhamdulillah. Astaghfirullah Olúwa la ilaha illallah subhanallah. Mímọ́ rẹ̀ Olúwa walhamdulillah. Ọpẹ́ yẹ Olúwa. Astaghfirullah foríjì wá Olúwa. Olúwa la ilaha illallah. Allahu hayyu wahidu hayyu hayyul qayyum. Ọ̀kan ṣoṣo Allahu hayyu wahidu hayyu hayyul qayyum. Ọba kan ṣoṣo Allahu hayyu wahidu hayyu hayyul qayyum. Daimun hayyu. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. وعنت الوجوه للحي القيوم وقد قام من عمل الظلم وما يعمل من الصالحات وهو مؤمن ولا يخاف ظلما ولا هدما. يا حي يا قيوم على الله. Ọ̀kan l'Olúwa yá ayò yá qayyum Allah. Ọba lánàá ọba lónìí yá ayò yá qayyum Allah. Ọba lọ́la ọba lónìí yá ayò yá qayyum. Ọba tó lọ́jọ́ gbogbo yá ayò yá qayyum. kábíyèsí ọba olúwa yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú kábíyèsí ọba ayé yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú kábíyèsí ọba ọlọ́run yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọba tó mọ̀ mímọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọba tí kò pé méjì yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú kò pé méjì kò pé mẹ́ta yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ wa dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ ọkùnrin dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ wa dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ àfà wa dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ ìjọ wa dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú àlàáfíà wa dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú lílọ bíbọ̀ wa dọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ṣẹ̀bọ̀ la fún Musa yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ló fi ṣẹ́gun obìnrin àwùdá yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú fi wá borí ọ̀tá ayé yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú fi wá borí ọ̀tá ọ̀run yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀tá ilé ọ̀tá òde yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀tá tó ń ṣe bí ọ̀rẹ́ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú èyí tó ń ṣe bí ọ̀tá yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú bóyá inú ilé lọ̀tá wà ó yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ wa lọ̀tá wà ó yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú nínú ilé wa lọ̀tá wà ó yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú òun làwa mùmínì jogún yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú òun la fi ń ṣàzíkìrì yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ṣẹ̀bọ̀ òun la fún Ìsá yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú Ìsá òun láyé yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ló fi ń lajú afọ́jú yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú òun ló fi ń jókòó dìde yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọlọ́run gbàdúrà wa yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọ̀rọ̀ wa jẹ́ kó dára yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ibi tó kù sí bá wa tún bẹ̀ ṣe yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú èyí tó ti dà kó má bàjẹ́ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú lórí ọmọ wa kó má bàjẹ́ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú lórí aya wa kó má dàrú yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú lórí ọkọ wa kó má bàjẹ́ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú lórí iṣẹ́ wa kó má mà tán yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ṣóun la fún Muhammad wa yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ló fi ṣẹ́gun kèfèrí Mẹ́kà yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọwọ́ wa dà sí kiri yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ọwọ́ asíkiri kò gbọ́dọ̀ kan yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ojú wa dà sí kiri yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ojú asíkiri kò gbọ́dọ̀ fọ́ yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ẹnu wa dà sí kiri yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ẹnu asíkiri kò gbọ́dọ̀ wò yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú òun làwa mùmínì jogún yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú òun la fi ń ṣàzíkìrì yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú dákun wá gbàdúrà wa yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú alálà ilaha illallah yáyò yákọ̀yọ̀mú ya zal jalali wal ikram bismillahir rahmanir rahim Allahu nuru samawati wal ardi مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يقاد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولم تمسسه النار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وزاهد زانا لنبي مولى محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وزاهد زانا لنبي قرباه نشلا اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وزاهد زانا لنبي محمد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلي وصحبه وسلم تسليما اللهم بارك wájúwájú ẹ̀dá Muhammad àtàwárà ilẹ̀ àtẹ̀mínú dínì ìkẹ́ẹ̀tì kò ní dá ìkẹ́ẹ̀tì kò lópin àmì Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim taslima Allahumma salli ala سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وأزواجه وذرياته كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وأزواجه وذرياته كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم اجعل صلاتك ورحمتك وبركاتك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما جعلتها على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد سبحانه قد ألفت من دمائه وجمع رسول الله لا يتجاهز سماته قد ألفت باتباعه وجمع رسول الله لا يتجاوز
ثم صلاة وسلام سر مدى على نبي المصطفى محمد ثم صلاة وسلام سلم على نبي مصطفى محمد لقد فاز من كان رسول إمامه يقود بنا ونجات سمامه ويا ربي انصرنا ونصرنا عزيزا بجاه رسول الله وموسى كذا عيسى ويا ربي الله اغفر ذنوبنا ويسر لنا المقصود في الدين والدنيا وصل على المختار في شدة الغلو خرجنا به من كل دك وغمة دخلنا به في ظل أمن وعصمة أتتنا به لله أسبق نعمة لحقنا به سباق من كل أمة ولو كان البعد يسبقه الكل فيا ربنا في الأرض والسماء ويا رزقنا في الأرض والسماء ويا معبودنا في الأرض والسماء أمتنا على تصديقنا بصفائي فإن وصل أسواك يحيى بدائي يسوق علينا العيش دون لقائي إذا دين لم يكمل فلا كانت الدنيا صل على محمد صل على
محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وزايد زادتي نبي محمد محمد أحمد محمد محمود محمد مجتبى محمد منتقى محمد حبيب الله محمد نجيه محمد نور الدين محمد نجيه الله محمد أمين الله محمد حفيظ الله محمد ياسين محمد تاسين محمد طه محمد أمي محمد ألف لامين محمد نون محمد كايا عيسى محمد نوح محمد أحمد محمد صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد سيد سادتي نبي محمد أفاد الندى بينا وعملا صددا فزازا بذاك الخلقليا وشيلة فيا قنبسا منه لمن شاء أمرة إمام لرسول الله بديا وعودة بيتام ذكر جميل ويبدأ صلي على محمد صلي على محمد اللهم يا ربي صلي على محمد وزايد سادتي نبي محمد
بلا قبة الإسلام تزير كمسواء فأشرق لبدر صالية والشمسواء وإذ كان موضوعا على البر أنسواء فأشرق لبدر صالية والشمسواء وإذ كان موضوعا على البر أنسواء أطاعت جن الأرض طه وإنسواء وفضل به سابق الفريق المبدع صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسعيد سعادتي نبي محمد
لتأسيسي فوق الخصوص مسيحة سنة إليها كسمة أسلية مكانة في المرسلين عالية إن رد إذا وأقلا جلية ولا لوام يستولي ولا شك يترم صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وزايد سادتي نبي محمد
فكم سجد أديابي وهو أصله فكم سيد أديابي وهو صالح وكم باطل واللبي وهو طاهر رسول كريم أمين حبيب للأسرار المنافق فده أبانا لهدي فلأكو أبلجو وده وصلنا الوري فلعيش كله مهنه صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سعادتي نبي محمد
أحب النبي الهاشمي محمدا أجل الورى ذاتا وأذلا وموطنا وأتيبه نفسا وأتولهم يدا أتوب له رحمن نجعل ومولدا فمن سأل مما قل فلأكن يبرأ صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سادتي نبي محمد
أليس الذي أزل المفاكر والهلا بمن نص من أجل الكتاب ومن تلا وأن يدانا في المكان الذي تلا أتاملوري جان وابرمهلا لولا مدعو يجلا وشفاعته تقبل صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سعادتي نبي محمد ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára má wò wá má wọ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa pọ̀ púpọ̀ o ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára ẹ jáwé pé ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára má wò wá má wọ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa pọ̀ púpọ̀ ọlá Muhammad ni owó mọ́ wa lára alákọsílẹ̀ kọ tàwa síre alákọsílẹ̀ kọ tàwa síre máma kóhun tí ó dá lé wa lórí alákọsílẹ̀ kọ tàwa síre ìwọ náà wí pé alákọsílẹ̀ kọ tèmi síre o alákọsílẹ̀ kọ tàwa síre máma kóhun tí ó dá lé wa lórí alákọsílẹ̀ kọ tàwa síre àti kẹ́yà tọ́lá látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run àti kẹ́yà tọ́lá látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run kó lábá aṣíwájú ẹ̀dá Ànábì Muhammad àti kẹ́yà tọ́lá látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ànábì náà ni o Muhammad náà ni o Ànábì náà ni o Muhammad náà ni o níta ni ẹni adéládé ta àṣàlẹ́ṣà Muhammad náà ní bàbá ọba àwọn àkáǹtì tẹ́ rí ẹ máa fowó sí branch by branch ẹ máa fi ṣe Ànábì náà ni o Muhammad náà ni o Ànábì náà ni o Muhammad náà ni ó ní ta ni ẹni adéládé ta ṣàlẹ́ṣà Muhammad náà ni bàbá ọba. Máa fowó sàkáǹtì yẹn kí wọ́n náà máa dàníyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ọlànàbì ọlọ́pọ̀lọ́ wọlá orí tó ṣe fún anábì náà ni ó Muhammad náà ni ó anábì náà ni ó Muhammad náà ni ó níta ni ẹni adéládé ta ṣàlẹ́ṣà Muhammad náà ni bàbá ọba. Kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín, kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la àmín, kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín, kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la àmín. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ilé ayé wa látòkè délẹ̀ kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la àmín. Ọmọ bíbí oore ni Allahu ṣe fún wa àmín. Aya ní oore ni Allahu ṣe fún wa àmín. Ọkọ ní oore ni Allahu ṣe fún wa àmín. A fẹ́ lọ Mẹ́kà o Ọlọ́run Àràfà láyọ̀ àmín. Oore ilé ayé pẹ̀lú tọ̀run k'Ọlọ́run ṣe fún wa àmín. Ó dá wa lójú gbangba wa Nasfat, ó dá wa lójú kedere. Ó dá wa lójú gbangba, ó dá wa lójú kedere. Ó dá wa lójú pàdúrà wa gbà, ó dá wa lójú gbangba. Kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín, kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la. Kò ní dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín. Ìjọ alásàlátù àmín. Kó má dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín. Lọ́la náà bí wa àmín. Kó má dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín. Lórí àwọn ọmọ wa o àmín. Kó má dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín. Lórí àwọn ọkọ wa àmín. Kó má dẹ́kun lọ́la o àmín. Lórí àwọn ọmọ dáṣwa àmín. Oore ilé ayé pẹ̀lú tọ̀run k'Ọlọ́run ṣe fún wa àmín. Asalatu wa salamu alayka ya Rasulallah. Asalatu wa salamu alayka ya Rasulallah. Asalatu wa salamu alayka ya Rasulallah. Asalatu wa salamu alayka ya Rasula Muhammadu ya Rasulallah Nabiyyu ya Rasula Muhammadu ya. Ẹ dákun ẹ ṣàṣì èkèrè ya Rasulallah sahibu alani insani Rasulallah rashada Rasulallah Mahmuda Rasulallah sahibu insani sahibu darajati láńlá mọ́kànmí. Ẹ dákun ẹ̀yùngó òhẹ̀wò ẹ̀yùngó Muhammad wá ẹni tá fi ìkúra níran ọba tó ń gbàdúrà dá. Ó dákun gbàdúrà wá, ó dákun gbàdúrà wá ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá. Rasulallah Asani insani Rasulallah jalilu jamola Rasulallah sharifu sharofa Rasulallah Mahmudu Rasulallah mujitaba Rasulai muri itada ike atọ́lahu ya Rasulallah Mahmudu Rasulai zuku àti ẹ dákun ẹ̀yùngó òkèwù ẹ má kan ọ̀wọ̀ wá níran ẹ dákun ẹ ṣàṣe èkèrè nítorí Muhammadu ọba tó ń gbàdúrà dá. Ó dákun gbàdúrà wá, ó dákun gbàdúrà wá ọba tó ń ṣàánú fẹ̀dá. Ó dákun gbàdúrà wá Rasulallah sahibu insani láńlá darajati. Ẹ dákun ẹ̀ṣùngó òkèwù ọba tó ń gbàdúrà dá, ọba tó ń ṣàdúrà dá. kó dákun gbàdúrà wa, kó dákun gbàdúrà wa. Manchester kò ní í dàrú, Nasfat Manchester kò ní í dàrú, kọ́lọ́hún gbàdúrà wọn, kó bá wa gbàdúrà wọn. Níwọ̀lú kò ní í bàjẹ́, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá, kọ́lọ́hún gbàdúrà wọn. Pages Work kò ní í dàrú, kọ́lọ́hún gbàdúrà wọn, ọba tó ń gbàdúrà ẹ̀dá. Bristol Rock kò ní í bàjẹ́, GTB kò ní í bàjẹ́, kọ́lọ́hún gbàdúrà wọn. Kó wọlá Muhammadu, Mitikinsi kò ní í dàrú, kọ́lọ́hún gbàdúrà wọn. Bákíndágínàmù kò ní í bàjẹ́, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá. Muhammadu, kó bá wa gbàdúrà wọn. Nottingham kò ní í dàrú, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá, kó bá wa gbàdúrà wọn. Tẹ́símẹ́jì wúlíṣì kò ní í dàrú, ọba tó ń gbàdúrà ẹ̀dá, kó bá wa gbàdúrà wọn. Zonu a kò ní í dàrú, ZME kò ní í bàjẹ́, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá. Kó wọlá Muhammadu, kó wọlá Muhammadu, ya Rasulallah Mahmudu, Rasulallah Mujitaba, Rasulallah Muritada, Rasulallah Musitaba, Rasulallah Muritada, Rasulallah Rashada, Rasulallah Rashidun, Rasulallah Mahmuda, Mahmudu, Allah Sharofa, Rasulallah Hasani, Sani, ọba tó ń gbàdúrà ẹ̀dá, kó dákun gbàdúrà wa, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá. Kó wọlá Muhammadu, Island kò ní í dàrú, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá, kó dákun gbàdúrà wọn, kó bá wa gbàdúrà wọn. Mùsùlùmí kò ní í dàrú, ọba tó ń ṣàánú ẹ̀dá. Kó wọlá Muhammadu, kó dákun gbàdúrà wa. Rasulallah Mujitaba, Rasulallah Muritada, Rasulallah Mujitaba, Rasulallah Muritada, Rasulallah Mujitaba. Asalatu wasalamu alayka ya Rasulallah, Asalatu wasalamu alayka ya Rasulallah. Ibi tá dé gbogbo àkáǹtì tí a rí yìí, ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà kí a fi dàníyàn gbogbo ohun tí a bá ń dá síbẹ̀ tá à ń fi síbẹ̀ lówó. Ọlọ́run, gbogbo ọ̀sẹ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ tá à ń pè wá tá à ń fi síbẹ̀, Ọlọ́run wọlá pé àwa tá à ń pè yín kọ́lẹ̀ ń jẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n à ń jẹ́ pé ara wa ni. Toríjọ́ tí apá ò ní ṣe gbé, níjọ́ tó wò ní wúlò, tí ò ní wúlò, níjọ́ tó ṣe pé gbogbo nǹkan pátá kò ní wúlò, àfi pé kíni bí qalbi salim, ẹ̀mí tó bá ṣe kíni tó mọ́ tó ṣe kíni tó sì wà déwájú Ọlọ́run ọba. Ọlọ́run kó wọlá bẹ́ẹ̀, Ọlọ́run kó gbàdúrà wa. Gbogbo account branches kankan náà tó wà ń bẹ̀, ìwọ tó bá wà ń bẹ̀ tó ń ṣe mẹ́mbà náà, ìwọ náà dá sí. Ọlọ́run wọlá àdúrà yìí, Ọlọ́run á fi gbàdúrà nìkankan wa, á gbàdúrà wa, á sì ṣe dáadáa fún wa. Àwọn àwa wọlá gbogbo àdúrà tí a ti ṣe yìí, Ọlọ́run kí ó wọlá ànábì wa Muhammad. Ọlá ànábì tá à ń sọ ni òun náà ni pé gbogbo tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún Ọlọ́run ọba, rámọ̀ tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún Ọlọ́run ọba, ìgbéga tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún ànábì wa Muhammad, ẹ̀rí Ọlọ́run kí ó wá ṣe dáadáa fún oníkálùkù wa náà, kọ́lọ́run kó gbàdúrà wa. Jẹ́ kí ẹsẹ̀ wa kó rinlẹ̀ ṣinṣin nínú Islam tí à ń ṣe yìí, kọ́lọ́run kó gbàdúrà wa, kọ́lọ́run kí ó ṣe dáadáa fún ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika minal barasi wal jununi wal juzami wa min sayyi'il asqam. Allahumma taqabbal salatana wa siyamana wa qiyamana wa ta'midana wa baligh maqsudana wa du'ahana. Allahumma dhanba ila ghafaitahu wa la amma ila farajta wa la dayna illa qadaita wa la hajata min hawaijid dunya illa qadaita ya arhamar rahimin. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Adákun gbogbo apáta kí a panupọ̀ kí a ṣe àdúrà tí a máa ń ṣe, tí a pe orúkọ Ọlọ́run Ọba Subhanahu wa Ta'ala ní tó fi ń tóbi jù nínú orúkọ ẹ̀. Ká wá fi Ayatul Kursi ká fi ṣe útúbà ẹ̀ kí a tó bọ́ sí orí ètò tó kù. Kọ́lọ́mọṣá gba gbogbo àdúrà tí àwọn ustaz wa ti ṣe fún wa. èyí tí àwa náà ń ṣe fúnra wa náà kọlọmọṣẹ́ àbá mú wọlé àṣẹ ọlájẹ́ kan ṣoṣo ọlọ́run ọlá la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. Ọlọ́run pé alẹ́ lómìn tá ń jọ́sìn fún àfi ọlọ́run ọba Allah, a sì níbòmíì tí a wá ìrànlọ́wọ́ lọ àbí tá a lè wá ìrànlọ́wọ́ lọ tí ó fi san wá àfi ọ̀dọ̀ ọlọ́run ọba Allah yìí náà. Òun náà ni ọba tó ní àdìhú ní astajibu lakum, ẹ pè mí ọlọ́run màá sì máa dá yín lò. Ọlọ́run ọba tó sì ní ká pè wọn kò tí ì kú omi tí kò tí ì kú láàyè ibi tó wà nígbà tó fi sọ gbólóhùn yìí, a sì nígbà pé ọlọ́run ọba máa dá ìpè ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àdùn wa nú kalẹ̀ ọlájẹ́ kan ṣoṣo ọlọ́run ọlá la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Allahu 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 الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يحد حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أجاجماوي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبح اسم ربك الأعلى الذي خلق فسوى والذي قدر فهدى والذي أخرج المرعى فجعله غثاء أحوى سنقرئك فلا تنسى إلا ما شاء الله إنه يعلم الجهر وما يخفى. Katunda ní ọlárin ẹ̀. اللهم استرني بسترك جميلا. ونيسرك لليسرى فذكر إن نفعت ذكرى سيذكر من يخشى ويتجنبها الأشقى الذي يصلى نار الكبرى ثم لا يموت فيها ولا يحيا قد أفلح من تزكى وذكر اسم ربه فصلى بل تؤثرون الحياة الدنيا والآخرة خير وأبقى إن هذا لفي صحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى. بسم الله يا شيخ.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل ادعوا الله وادعوا الرحمن أيما تدعوا وله الأسماء الحسنى ولا تجهر بصلاتك ولا تخافت بها وابتغ بين ذلك سبيلا والله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة الرحمن الرحيم. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون هو الله الخالق البار المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم اللهم إنا نسألك بأسمائك الحسنى وصفاتك العلى أنت اللطيف فقل لنا أو نمعين بالشدائد والردى ولطف بنا بما قضيت رسله نحن العبيد أنت رب السيدة أنت السلام وباسمك السلام سلمنا وآلنا وأبنانا وأزواجنا وجماعتنا جماعتنا الصلفاتي يكي لا إله إلا من كل فزع والحزن والهم والغم والضر والشر والفقر ومرض من كل ذي شر ومن جميع مصائب الدنيا الآخرة ومن كوفيد 19 وجميع الأمراض وكينا شر الردى ونجينا من الطاعون وطعن بالبلاء برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين وباسمك الحفيظ واحفظنا من بين أيدينا ومن خلفنا ومن تحتنا ومن فوقنا وعن يميننا وعن شمالنا واحفظنا من جميع الأحياء برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين وباسمك الرزاق ورزقنا رزقنا لا طيبة وبارك فيه وباسمك الفتاح افتح لنا أبواب رحمتك نرجو ولا تكلنا إلى أنفسنا طرفة عين اللهم فرج أم المهمومين والنفس كرب المكروبين واشفي مرضانا ومرضى المسلمين وارحم موتانا وموتى المسلمين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا ووالد والدينا والمسلمين على المسلمات الأحياء منهم وعلى الأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى إبراهيم وبارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين
وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين báwa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ lọ́hùn báwa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ níbi tọ́wọ́ ayé ò lè tó kò ní lè tó níbi tọ́wọ́ ajé ò lè nàgà dé báwa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ. Báwa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ lọ́hùn báwa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ níbi tọ́wọ́ ayé ò lè tó kò ní lè tó níbi tọ́wọ́ ajé ò lè nàgà dé báwa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba àtọrọ kí a ti gẹ̀fà náà Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam àwọn ará ilé àwọn sàábé àṣẹ́kùnrin àsàlátù ọlọ́mọṣà àpínkárí gbogbo mùsùlùmí lógún mẹ́rin ayé. adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba níbi tí a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àti ibi tí a bá dé. Ọlọ́run ọba yìí náà ni ọba al-awwal òun lọ́ba àkọ́kọ́ wal-akhir òun náà ni ọba àgbẹ̀yìn al-zahir òun lọ́ba tó hàn wal-batin òun náà ni ọba tó pamọ́ wa huwa bi kulli shay'in alim òun náà ni ọba tó ṣe pé kí ni ó ní ìkápá lórí gbogbo nǹkan tí ó dá pátá láàrin sánmọ̀ àti ilẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ọba yìí náà ni ó wà ń bẹ̀. Ọlọ́run mọ́ṣá wọlá ìmọ̀ tó ní tó fi kárí gbogbo ayé. Ọlọ́run mọ́ṣá fi dá wa kó mọ́ṣá fi dá àrísìkí ìrọ̀rùn kó mọ́ṣá fi dáàbò wa la hawla wala quwwata illa billahil azim. Ní báyìí a sáré fún wa ní àwọn announcement tí ó wà before kí a tó lọ sí orí tàǹkàrà. Àkọ́kọ́ announcement tí a fẹ́ fún wa òun náà ni inshallah àwọn youth wa wọ́n ní program tí wọ́n fẹ́ bá wa ṣe lórí platform tí a wà yìí ní aago 2:30 inshallah ta'ala. Ní aago 2:30 they will be joining us on this platform at 12:30 trying to pull up this message for us to see the message clearly. It is titled Parental Influence on Children's Life Decision. Parental Influence on Children's Life Decision. Gbogbo wa náà láti gbóyìnbó tí wọ́n kọ yẹn, àwọn tá a gbọ́ báyìí ó ti ń kọ́ wa lẹ́nu. Mashallah. On the parental influence on children's life decision. Nta bá fẹ́ kọ́mọ wa dà lọ́la, káwa náà bá wọn fọwọ́ kún. Inshallah, it will be on this same platform at 12:30. Everyone is expected to partake on the interactive session. So we'll see how interactive that is. Ọlọ́run kó ṣọ́ wa tayọ ìgbà náà. Lábẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, àwọn Thames Mid Bullish wọ́n pè wá sí program wọn. I'm just receiving that now a couple of minutes ago. Unfortunately, I can't pop that up. Wọ́n pè ní online topic wọn is diabetics, global pandemic. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀ COVID-19 as global pandemic. But báwo ni diabetes náà ṣe fẹ́ jẹ́ global pandemic? Wọ́n pè wá sí ètò wọn ní ọjọ́ Thursday. On Thursday, inshallah, I'll try pop that up as we go along so that our knowledge.
Thursday 18th.
On the 18th, Abi?
Yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah, on the 18th, that will be on Thursday.
6 p.m.
Thames Mid Bullish branch. We will see program on diabetics, a global pandemic. La bebe, inshallah, láti ẹni lọ títí di ọ̀sẹ̀ méje láti sìn, the mission board will be doing another 7 weeks prayer, and emphasize another. Gbogbo wa náà la máa ṣàkíyèsí pé we ended one 7 weeks prayer a couple of weeks ago. That one was the UK and Ireland zone 7 weeks prayer. However, we are going to start another one today, which is a global session. It will be globally. Niwama organize as a directive from the global mission hour, chief mission hour. Lonika she 7 weeks prayer starting from today. Apologies, we are saying this late, but we also got that information late. So from next week, inshallah, we will have a flyer flying around from this Latin next week. We get the flyer out, inshallah. So we will be starting 7 weeks prayer from today, inshallah, and that prayer will be based on Suratul Fatihi. Àwọn ustaz wa wọ́n máa ṣe àlàyé bí a ṣe máa ṣe prayer náà fún wa nígbà tí a bá débẹ̀. Bákan náà, naam, ẹ má bínú bí mo ṣe ń sọ náà ni message ń wọlé. Naam. Okay, so when I get more information, I'll pass it across. Ọlọ́run kó ṣọ́ wa tayọ ìgbà náà. Ọlá pé Ọlọ́run ọba ni ọba tí ó ń fini mọ̀nà. Ọlọ́run ṣáà fi gbogbo wa mọ̀nà. Ọlá la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. Now, ẹ jẹ́ kí a bọ́ sí orí ètò tó kàn, which is Tankara wa. Kí gbogbo wa kí a gbé Al-Qur'ani wa jáde fún Tankara. Do we have a message or that mo ń gbọ́ tí? Naam, kí a gbé Al-Qur'ani wa jáde fún Tankara. Inshallah, wa tẹ̀síwájú láti súrà tí láti ibi tí a dúró sí lọ́sẹ̀ tó kọjá. Suratul Anfal, Quran chapter 8, verse 53. Láti máa tẹ̀síwájú lẹ́ni láti verse 63 to 61 or 62. Inshallah. Àwọn sheikh wa tí wọ́n máa bá ṣe Tankara lẹ́ni àwọn náà ni Fadilatu Sheikh Lukman Oyebande láti Thames Mid Bullish. Bismillah ya Sheikh.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi allazi adana li'aza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an adana Allah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammadin kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma barik ala Muhammadin وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run, àtúndúpẹ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ọba tí ó ṣọ́ wa láti àná títí di èní, ọba náà ni a dúpẹ́ fún. Àlékún ìkẹ́ Ọlọ́run kó máa bá Ànábì wa Muhammad. Lábẹ́ tí Ọlọ́run ti Ànábì wa Muhammad, àwa kí gbogbo alápapọ̀ láì dá ẹnìkan sí pẹ̀lú kíkí oríire, pẹ̀lú kíkí àlùbáríkà tí ó sírú kíkí náà níwájú Ọlọ́run, pé àlàáfíà Ọlọ́run, ìkẹ́ Ọlọ́run àti àjẹǹjẹ tún orí ẹ̀ tí ń ṣe àlùbáríkà kó máa bá ẹnìkankan wa. Àmín. Láì ní sọ iléyá dilé pẹ́ mọ́, ètò tó kàn náà ni wọ́n ti sọ fún wa, náà ni tàǹkàrà nínú Quran chapter 8 verse 53. Ibẹ̀ ni a ti máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ lénìí, nítorí pé 52 ni a dúró sí ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó lọ. Kí Ọlọ́run dákun nínú àánú rẹ̀ kó bá fi àlùbáríkà sí, kó má ṣe ní ìbàlẹ́jọ́ aburú fún àwọn tí ó wí àti gbogbo etí tí ó máa gbọ́. Gbogbo wa ẹ jẹ́ kí a ṣí Al-Qur'ani wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí Quran chapter 8 verse 53. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salika bi anna Allaha lam yaku mugayiron nimatan an'amaha ala qaumin ata yugayiru ma bi anfusihim wa anna Allaha sami'un alimun. Kadabi ali fir'auna wallazina min qablihim kazzabu bi ayati rabbihim fa ahlakinahum bi sunubihim wa agirokina ala fir'auna wa kullun kanu salimina. Inna sharra dawabi indallahi ladhina kafaru fahum la yu'minun. Allazina ahadita minhum summa yankuduna ahadahum fi kulli marratin wa hum la yatakun. Fa imma tasqafannahum fil aribi fasharid bihim man khalifahum la'allahum yazakkarun. Wa imma takhafanna min qaumin khiyanatan fambis ilayhim ala sawa'in inna Allaha la yuhibbu likhayinin. Wala yahsabanna alladhina kafaru sabaku innahum la yujisun. Wahidu lahum mastata'tum min quwwatin ومن رباط الخيل تريبون به عدو الله وعدوكم وآخرين من دونهم لا تعلمونهم الله يعلمهم وما تنفقوا من شيء في سبيل الله يوفى إليكم وأنتم لا تظلمون وإن جنوا لسلم فاجنح لها وتوكل على الله إنه هو السميع العليم صدق الله مولانا العظيم وبلغ رسول الكريم ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين. látara bẹ́ẹ̀ a wá padà sí àyà 55 àti 56 láti ṣàlàyé tí Ọlọ́run ọba tí ó ń bá wa sọ níbẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe bá Ànábì wa Muhammad náà sọ. Nínú àyà 55 yìí Ọlọ́run fẹ́ tọ́ka wa sí pé àwọn ẹ̀dá tèmi Ọlọ́run ọba tí mo dá pọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n bí mo ti wá dá àwọn ẹ̀dá mi tí wọ́n pọ̀, àwọn ẹ̀dá kan ń bẹ nínú àwọn ẹ̀dá mi Ọlọ́run tí wọ́n burú jáì tó já sí pé wọn ò dá sẹ́mi Ọlọ́run ọba. Ọlọ́run wá ń sọ fún wa pé inna sharra dawabi indallahi alladhina kafaru fahum la yu'minun. Ọlọ́run inna sharra dawabi indallahi, Ọlọ́run dájúdájú ẹ̀dá tó burú jù lọ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run alladhina kafaru, àwọn lẹni tí wọ́n ń ṣe àìgbàgbọ́ sọ́lọ́run tó já sí pé wọn ò gbọ́ lọ́wọ́n ọba gbọ́. fahum la yu'minun, tó yẹ pé wọn ò tẹ̀ nígbàgbọ́ kan sọ́lọ́run pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ti ń júwe Ọlọ́run ọba fún wọn, tí wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba fún wọn pé báyìí lọ́lọ́run ọba ṣe rí. Gbogbo ń tọ́lọ́run dání tí bẹ́ẹ̀ bó tilẹ̀ hùn kẹ́ ṣàlàyé fún wọn tó náà wọn ò gbà náà ni. Ọlọ́run wá ń sọ fún wa wípé kí ni tí wọ́n fi jẹ́ ẹ̀dá burú lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba. Òun náà ni wípé alladhina ahadta minhum, àwọn ẹni tó ṣe wípé wọ́n ń ṣe àdéhùn nínú wọn, súnmọ́ yankuduna àádàhùn, lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n bá ṣe àdéhùn tán wọn a tún máa tú àdéhùn wọn fi kulli marratin ní gbogbo ìgbà. wa hum la yattaqun, Ọlọ́run ní gbogbo ẹni tó bá ṣe àdéhùn tó wá ń tú àdéhùn tó ṣe, tó promise yàn ní nǹkan tó wá fulfill promise yẹn, tó tún wá sọ fún ẹni pé nǹkan báyìí ló fà tó fi lè fulfill promise yẹn, tó wá dágunlá. Ọlọ́run nírú àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀dá tó burú jù lọ ní lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Wọn ò gbọ́ lọ́wọ́n ọba gbọ́, wa hum la yattaqun, wọn sì bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo wọn náà tó yá sí pé àìmọye àdéhùn ló ti ṣe síwájú Ọlọ́run tó ṣe séèyàn tó mú àdéhùn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ up till now, ti bẹ́ẹ̀ náà tó tún wá remorseful lórí àdéhùn tó ṣe tó múṣẹ. Ọlọ́run ní ẹ̀dá tó burú yẹn wájú Ọlọ́run, ó sì bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run, ó nígbàgbọ́ nípa Ọlọ́run. Nítorí bẹ́ẹ̀ àdéhùn ṣíṣe Ọlọ́run ọba ó pàtàkì ẹ̀ púpọ̀. Gbogbo tó bá mọ̀ pé ó lè ṣe má promise ẹ̀. Torí bẹ́ẹ̀ kí Ọlọ́run dákun kó ṣàánú ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa, má ṣe wálé dà burúkú Ọlọ́run, la ilaha illallah, ṣe wálé ni tí ó páyà Ọlọ́run láyé táfi rí oore àlùbáríkà lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run lọ́jọ́ àlùkìyámà. Kọ́lọ̀ má ṣàṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Nítorí bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo alápapọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ á máa sanwó tàǹkàrà wa sínú àkáǹtì branch wa pẹ̀lú pé gbàmíláyè owó, gbàmíláyè ọmọ, gbàmíláyè owó, gbàmíláyè ọmọ, fún mi lẹ́mìí gígùn pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà ara. Ọlọ́mọ́sà ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ àlùbáríkà Ànábì wa Muhammad, la hawla wala quwwata illa billahil azim. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Sallu ala an-nabiyil karim.
Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ọ̀nà ni wọ́n tún bá a sọ yẹn tí wọ́n tún gbà wá níyànjú. Ọ̀rọ̀ olówó iyebíye, gbogbo ìgbà tí a bá ti fẹ́ ṣe àdéhùn ká kọ́kọ́ wo ohun tá a ní ní kápá tó wà ní kápá wa ká tó ṣe àdéhùn ní tá a bá ní lágbára kí a mọ́ ṣe àdéhùn lé lórí. Ọlọ́run ọba subhanahu wa ta'ala ó ní kí ló ṣe tẹ́ ẹ máa ń sọ tẹ́ ẹ lè ṣe. Lima taquluna ma la taf'alun. Ìwọ náà mọ̀ pé ò lè ṣe kíní ò lágbára ẹ̀. Why do you put yourself in difficulty? Òun náà ni wọ́n tún sọ fún wa yẹn. Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àjẹ́ kí òdodo ọ̀rọ̀ náà ó dé sínú ìgbésí ayé wa. A kí àwọn ustaasi wa tí wọ́n tún rán wa létí ọ̀rọ̀ olówó iyebíye náà. Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àbá san wọ́n lẹ́san olóore. Ọlájẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run kó bá fi kún iṣẹ́ oore wọn lálùkìyámọ̀. Ọlájẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run. La hawla wala quwwata illa billahi alil azim. Bákan náà tún rán wa létí pé owó tàǹkàrà kí a má gbàgbé láti fi sínú àkáǹtì branch wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe mọ́ ń fi síbẹ̀. Kí Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àgbà ní ìbádà fún wa. Inshallah. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ní máa padà wá láti rí mẹ́sẹ̀jì àwọn Tainsmith Bullish. Inshallah, just quickly pop it up. Mẹ́sẹ̀jì àwọn Tainsmith Bullish náà nìyẹn. Wọ́n ní kí àfihàn ara létí pé gbogbo apáta ká pàdé ní on the 18th Thursday the 18th February ní orí platform Zoom wọn tí ó wà ní ìsàlẹ̀ yẹn. Inshallah, àwọn máa bá tàn káàkiri gbogbo àwọn branches kí a pàdé ń bẹ̀. Diabetes a global pandemic. Gbogbo wa náà la máa ń jẹ ṣúgà, gbogbo wa náà la máa ń jẹ oríṣiríṣi. Ṣé gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn ṣó bá wa lára mu àbí èwo ni carbohydrate ìwọ tí wọ́n ń jẹ̀bà tó ń jámọ̀là náà, gbogbo yẹn náà lè fa diabetes. Ìwọ̀ntúnwọ̀nsì náà ni wọ́n ní ká jẹ. A máa gbọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn sísítà wa Rashida Adétúnjí inshallah ta'ala. Mashallah, a bọ̀ sí orí èyí tó kàn tó ṣe prayer request ní kọ́mọ́nkébé. Kí a bọ́ sórí prayer request wa. Àwọn tí ó ti bá wa send prayer request, àwa tí a bá ti send prayer request wa, a mọ̀ pé 11:45 ni a fún wa dàbọ̀ torí pé program wa change lénìí. We still have some more minutes to that point, but a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ prayer request wa nísìnyí. Àwọn sheikh wa tí wọ́n máa bá wa ṣe prayer request náà ni sheikh wa Fadilatu Sheikh Isaac Shuaib Shoyemi láti Nasfat Miwa branch. Inshallah, Fadal Mashkur ya Sheikh. Sheikh Abba Shuaib. Naam, bóyá network wọn ó ṣe bákan. Naam, while we are waiting for Sheikh wa kí wọ́n wá bá a ṣe prayer request, àwa tí a bá tún fẹ́ kọ prayer request náà kí a máa send ẹ̀ sórí platform. Bákan náà lábẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ní kí a fi tó wa létí ní pé tí ó bá di ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ tí n bá ṣe mistake, a máa ní àlejò Alhaji Ayọ̀lá. Ṣé mo right tẹ́ bá wà ń bẹ̀ láti àwọn ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ìyá wa ní Man UK?
Correct. You are right, sir.
Tó bá di ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀, we will have a special guest. Àwọn tí a ti mọ̀ bí ẹni mowó náà ni prof wa ní Muslim Association of Nigeria. Wọ́n á wá bá wa ní àlejò ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ inshallah láti wá tún wá pè wá sí ojú ọ̀nà oríire ọ̀nà ọ̀la tí àwa náà tún máa fi rójú rere Ọlọ́run tí a máa fi ní mansion nínú àlùjánnà. Ọlọ́run Ọba subhanahu wa ta'ala ó ní man bana fi masjidan. Ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá kọ́ mọ́ṣáláṣí láyé ń bí, bana Allahu baytan fil janna. Ọlọ́run Ọba subhanahu wa ta'ala ó máa kọ́ ilé kan mansion fún lálìjánnà. Kò ní lálìkìyámọ̀, lálìjánnà torí ọ̀tọ̀ ní kéèyàn wà lálìjánnà, ọ̀tọ̀ ní kéèyàn wà. Èèyàn lè ní mansion nínú náà, ọlọ́mọdé á nípìn bẹ́ẹ̀. So wọ́n á wá pè wá sí ojú ọ̀nà ọ̀la náà kí ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àjẹ́ kí a nípinnu oríire. Gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe ń pè wá sí àṣeéṣe, gbogbo àwa tí a bá ti forúkọlẹ̀ sí pírójẹ́tì àṣeéṣe, gbogbo àwa tí a bá ti forúkọlẹ̀ sí pírójẹ́tì àṣeéṣe tí wọ́n ní ká máa forúkọlẹ̀ fún, káwa náà nípìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ká lè ní ilé opportunity àti nílé ní opportunities láti ní ilé ní àlùjánnà. Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àṣẹ rọrùn fún wa. Ṣé àwọn stars wá ti dé?
Doctor, I will take it up, inshallah.
Okay, mashallah. Inshallah. Okay, now my pass the baton me see ZM ni kí wọ́n bá ṣe prayer request. Prayer request ni nígbà tó ti jẹ́ ZM ló fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo àwa tá a bá ní prayer group káyé àkọ́ síbẹ̀ o torí àwọn ZM àwọn ní ọkọ̀ wa lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run báyìí nísìnyí mashallah barakallah.
Astaghfirullah lazim tó adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run àṣekẹ́ àtìgẹ̀ fún anábọ̀ Muhammad. The first one ó ní àwọn ìyá wa tí wọ́n sọ fún wa pé àwọn ní appeal ní on the 17th ní 2 o'clock pẹ̀lú Secretary of State Ọlọ́run dákun ìpayà lẹ́ ń bá lọ jẹ́ bá fọkànbalẹ̀ bọ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ bá fọkànbalẹ̀ bọ̀ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ bá àánú Ọlọ́run pàdé gbogbo àwọn tẹ́ máa bá sọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n máa sọ nǹkan tí wọ́n máa kọ ojú tí wọ́n máa fi wò yín gan kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó máa jẹ́ tànú Ọlọ́run jẹ́ bá ìdùnnú Ọlọ́run padà wálé Ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ wí ní kéèsì náà láti bí ọdún mẹ́ta làwọn tí ń lose entitlement kan Ọlọ́run jẹ́ wí ní gbogbo ẹ̀ padà Ọlọ́run kó bá falbarka sí fún yín Ọlọ́run àtàrà tí ta ṣàdúrà fún àṣàdúrà àlàáfíà fún ẹni tó tún kọ pé àwọn ti wà láìlera láti bí oṣù tó lọ Ọlọ́run kó dákun àná sì tún ní bá dé àwọn náà láti àtàrà kankan sí kejì òun náà làwọn tí ń ṣàmúdi Ọlọ́run bá fún yín lálàáfíà Ọlọ́run bá fún yín lálàáfíà Ọlọ́run gbogbo omi ara yín ẹ̀jẹ̀ ara yín dákun Ọlọ́run bá fàlàáfíà sí Ọlọ́run gbogbo ibi tó ń dùn yín rárá bá má láàfíà lọ síbẹ̀ wàwọlá tí náà tá ń ṣàdúrà fún gbogbo ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan náà wọ́n jẹ́ àṣàárẹ̀ Ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹni tó tún wà ń dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn Ọlọ́run bá gbé wọn dìde bá ṣàlàáfíà fún gbogbo wọn Ọlọ́run bá ṣàlàáfíà fún gbogbo wọn ẹni tó ní eléyìí wọn ní ẹrú ń dúpẹ́ ẹrú ọlọ́pẹ́ subhanallah gbogbo ń tẹ́ ń dúpẹ́ lórí má fọwọ́ bàjẹ́ kan Ọlọ́run orí ọ̀tún túbọ̀ bá ṣe fún yín Ọlọ́run jẹ́ rọpẹ́ yín dádélé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ rọpẹ́ yín dádélé Ọlọ́run àwọn ìyá wa tán lélẹ̀ wọn lọkọ àwọn wọn ní interview ọmọ àwọn náà ó ní interview fún assessment fún admission dákọ̀ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀rọ bọ́ sí Ọlọ́run wa ma tawfiki illa billah Ọlọ́run dákun bá fi ṣe kòńgẹ́ Ọlọ́run iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ tán wà lọ́nà Ọlọ́run dákun bá wa ti ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wọn kó tó débi Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n mọ bá pàdé ń bẹ̀ dákọ̀ Ọlọ́run tí wọ́n mọ fojú àánú wò wọ́n ní tí wọ́n kọ́lẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ tí wọ́n jẹ́ tàánú Ọlọ́run ọmọ tó ní assessment náà dákọ̀ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ òun ò bọ́ sí Ọlọ́run àánú Ọlọ́run mọ́jì òfin ilẹ̀ Ọlọ́run gbogbo ibi tán bá wà àánú Ọlọ́run jẹ́ owó àwọn rí Ọlọ́run àánú Ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ owó àwọn rí Ọlọ́run wọ́n ní ká share rẹ̀ àbí you understand okay àánú Ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ owó àwọn rí Ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ owó àwọn rí Ọlọ́run àti ti iṣẹ́ àti ti admission jẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ ó bọ́ sí Ọlọ́run bá fi ṣe kòńgẹ́ Ọlọ́run bá fi ṣe kòńgẹ́ ẹni tó ní èyí tó tẹ̀lé wọn ní àwọn ọmọ àwọn lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin kọ́lọ́run bá ṣọkọ àlùbáríkà fún Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn ọmọ lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin tó ti tọ́kọ ní tó ti tóyàwó fẹ́ ìyàwó fọkànbalẹ̀ ọkọ àlùbáríkà dákun bá ṣe fún Ọlọ́run dákun bá ṣe fún Ọlọ́run dákun bá ṣe fún Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ láró ti ìyá tó kọ́ iná fi kárí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa pátápátá tán lọ́kọ ní tó tóyàwó fẹ́ bá ṣe ìyàwó àlùbáríkà fún wọn bá ṣọkọ àlùbáríkà fún Ọlọ́run wọn ní ká ṣàdúrà fún brọ́dà wa Jibril Ayọ̀ọ́lá Àkànbí táwọn náà pé 50 lánàá yóò tún ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé Ọlọ́run yóò ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé Ọlọ́run gbogbo àdúrà tí wọ́n ṣe fún wọn náà lánàá Ọlọ́run dákúnjẹ́ ó mọ́ wọn lọ́hùn dákúnjẹ́ ó mọ́ wọn lọ́hùn ìkárí gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣọjọ́ òbí nínú oṣù tá a wáyé náà nínú February dákọ̀ Ọlọ́run yẹ ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé Ọlọ́run wọ́n ṣe eléyìí lópin ọdún fún yín Ọlọ́run wọ́n ṣe eléyìí lópin ọdún fẹ́ni kọ̀ọ̀kan yín Ọlọ́run wọ́n ṣe eléyìí lópin ọdún fẹ́ni kọ̀ọ̀kan yín Ọlọ́run yẹ tún gùn lẹ́mìí jù báyìí lọ wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà àlàáfíà fáwọn ẹni tó lélẹ̀ wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà àlàáfíà fáwọn kọ́lọ́wọ́ bá dá àlàáfíà ara wọn padà Ọlọ́run ẹni tó kọ́ náà wọn láwọn tún pé àwọn lé lọ́dún náà lánàá Ọlọ́run dákun bá lékún àlàáfíà ara yín Ọlọ́run bá lékún àlàáfíà ara yín Ọlọ́run omi ara yín ẹ̀jẹ̀ ara yín bá má àlàáfíà lọ síbi Ọlọ́run gbogbo ibi tó ń dùn yín lára tẹ́ẹ̀mí ń kérora Ọlọ́run dákun bá má àlàáfíà lọ síbi Ọlọ́run bá má àlàáfíà lọ síbi Ọlọ́run sísítà wa kan náà wọn láwọn ń retí pépà wọn láti home office Ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ gbèsè ayọ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun Ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbèsè ayọ̀ Ọlọ́run abẹ́ lọ́hùn fún yín èsì ayọ̀ ní kẹ́gbọ́ Ọlọ́run gbogbo ìgbà tí postman ò bá máa kalẹ̀kùn yín ìwé lẹ́tà àdùnnú òun náà ní kẹ́gbọ́ Ọlọ́run wọ́n jẹ́ gba lẹ́tà ìbànújẹ́ Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ látòrí tí ó fi kárí gbogbo àwọn táwọn náà ń retí irú oore bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run oore ní dákọ̀ Ọlọ́run pé kárí ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn tọ́ba mi ti ṣe fún wọ́n jù bàjẹ́ mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ wọ́n á ṣe níwé ìbànújẹ́ wọ́n ṣe níwé ọ̀fọ̀ wọ́n ṣe níwé àárẹ̀ Ọlọ́run àkọlọ́ gbogbo àwọn tí ò tí ì ní náà bá ṣe fún Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn tí ò tí ẹ̀ tí ì mọ báwọn ó ṣe ṣe Ọlọ́run bá lànà rẹ̀ kọ́ àwọn náà Ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa gbogbo àtàbà máa lọlé wọ́n jà lọlé tipátipá Ọlọ́run wọ́n jà lọlé ìbànújẹ́ Ọlọ́run gbogbo ilé tábà máa lọ ilé ìdùnnú ni ajá máa lọ Ọlọ́run wọn ni sísá wa tó lélẹ̀ wọn ni ká ṣàdúrà fún ọmọ àwọn Khadija ó pé 21 years ọlọ́run dákun jẹ́ sísítà náà yóò ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé à ń bá a ṣe 21 lénìí yóò 30 yóò 40 yóò tún jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ wọ́n bá a fi lọ́kàn balẹ̀ ń gbèsè ayé ọlọ́run wọ́n dá láàmú kíkárí gbogbo ọmọ ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan náà à ń rí wọn dunnú wọ́n jà rí wọn banújẹ́ ọlọ́run wọ́n jà rí wọn banújẹ́ ọlọ́run wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà fún sísítà wa kan náà Aisha Desire Ogunleye àwọn náà tún lé lọ́dún ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run wọ́n ní ká ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run àtúfàdùà àsìkò yẹn náà ṣàdúrà fún brọ́dà wa Muhammadu Taofeek Oyewumi tó ná 18 lánàá dápọ̀ ọlọ́run yóò ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run ó ti di big man dápọ̀ ọlọ́run gbogbo responsibility tí big man máa ń mójútó ọlọ́run dákun yóò kájú ẹ̀ yóò ṣojú jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ọlọ́run lówó ni lílàákàyè ni lẹ́mí gígùn ni nífọ̀kànbalẹ̀ ni ọlọ́run bá ṣe fún Muhammadu Taofeek Oyewumi àti fún gbogbo ọmọ ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan ọlọ́run dápọ̀ ọlọ́run bá ṣe wọ́n dùnú kalẹ̀ ọlọ́run bá ṣe wọ́n dùnú kalẹ̀ ọlọ́run àárín wọn dùnú ìgbésí ayé wọn wù wá dápọ̀ ọlọ́run mọ́ fi wọ́n bà ánú jẹ́ ọlọ́run wọ́n jẹ́ àríbànújẹ́ lórí wọn ọlọ́run àṣàdúà fún náà sísítà wa Khadija àti ṣàdúà fún Khadija tó 21 tó Allah Akbar Khadija Ọpẹ́yẹmí Àṣàbí ọmọ mi dáadáa ni òun náà 21 yóò tún ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run jẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run àtàwọn ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ dápọ̀lọ́ wọ́n fi wọ́n bà wọ́n nú jẹ́ ìdùnnú gbogbo wọn jẹ́ bá ṣe wọ́n dùnnú kalẹ̀ ọmọ alálùbáríkà ni wọ́n dápọ̀lọ́ yóò jẹ́ àlùbáríkà kalẹ̀ ọlọ́run àti gbogbo wọn láti ibi tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ débi tó dé bá ṣe gbogbo wọn lálùbáríkà ọlọ́run bá ṣe wọn lálùbáríkà ọlọ́run àfàsìkò yìí náà a tún fi ṣàdúà fún sísítà wa kan granddaughter wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúà fún granddaughter wọn òun náà lé lọ́dún níjọ́ Friday ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbogbo ó ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbogbo ó ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run látọ̀dọ̀ sísítà wa Iswa Bakinse wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúà fún gbogbo àwọn tí a ti ṣe bá dé fún ṣàdúà fún gbogbo wọn ọlọ́run ẹni tó pélé náà wọ́n ní it's about change of career àwọn tí stock ní position kan náà àti grade kan náà for many years àwọn á look fún àánú ọlọ́run ní new line ọlọ́run dákun bá ṣe fún sísítà náà ọlọ́run bá ṣe sí sísítà náà ọlọ́run bá ṣe fún sísítà náà ọlọ́run àpọ̀lọ́ bá ṣe fún wọn ọlọ́run sísítà náà bá ṣe wá tún sọ fún wa wọ́n tún láwọn wọkọ̀ alálùbáríkà bá ṣọkọ̀ alùbáríkà fún yín ọlọ́run gbogbo ẹ̀ ń jọra wọn náà nu gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń wáyàwó tẹ̀ ń wọkọ̀ ẹ kàn sí Dr. wa Abdulhafiz ẹ rí wọn pẹ̀lú ògo ọlọ́run yóò wà confidential àní disclose identity ẹnìkan but you can always talk with Dr. Abdulhafiz inshallah àti sister Taofika ìyá Aliya from Tespi Woolwich both of them they are part of the committee tó ń mójútó nǹkan yẹn ẹ̀yin obìnrin ẹ kàn sí sister Taofika ní Tespi Woolwich ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin ẹ kàn sí Dr. wa Abdulhafiz ó sì jáwọn òbí wọn náà ni ẹ bá Dr. Abdulhafiz sọ̀rọ̀ inshallah wọn á kàn sí gbogbo àwọn tó jẹ́ committee náà wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà fún granddaughter àwọn again sister wa ìyá wa Lọ́lá wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà fún ọmọ àwọn òun náà lé lọ́dún yóò ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run yóò ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé ọlọ́run àṣàdúrà fẹ́ni the last person lórí platform yìí nínú àwọn tó send the prayer request wọ́n láwọn submit application àwọn sí home office ó ti ń tó ọdún kan báyìí dákọ̀ ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbèsè ayọ̀ ọlọ́run dákọ̀ ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbèsè ayọ̀ ọlọ́run gbogbo ìgbà tí ó bá dé wá bá yín ìdùnnú ni kó fi dé wá bá yín yóò bẹ́yìn náà lórí àlàáfíà ọlọ́run wọ́n jẹ́ ó bá yín lórí àárẹ̀ ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn tó gbé wọlé yóò gbèsè ayọ̀ lórí ọlọ́run dákọ̀ ọlọ́run mọ́ ṣe níwèé dé ẹ̀mí pin ọlọ́run mọ́ ṣe níwèé dé àárẹ̀ di ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣe bá dé náà ọlọ́run jẹ́ ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé gbogbo àwọn tó ń wáṣẹ́ àṣìṣe àlùbáríkà gbogbo àwọn tó ń lọ fún interview dákọ̀ ọlọ́run jẹ́ ṣe kòńgé ọlọ́run níbi interview yìí bí akẹ́ bismillahir rahmanir rahim والله الذي لا اله الا هو عالم الغيب والشهاده والرحمن الرحيم والله الذي لا اله الا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن الامين العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون والله الخالق البارئ المصور له الاسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والارض وهو العزيز الحكيم اللهم قد دعوناك باسمائك الحسنى والصفات العلى وفقنا الى ما فيه خيرنا وسعادتنا برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين اللهم استجب دعانا بلا كد ولا رد بحولك وقوتك يا ذا الجلال والاكرام الفاتحه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين اياك نعبد واياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين انعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين
Allahumma amina amina amina. Gbogbo àdúrà tí wọ́n ṣe fún wa ọlọ́mọṣà bá wa gbà. Gbogbo àdúrà tí wọ́n ṣe fún ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa ọlọ́mọṣà bá wa gbà. Nígbà tí wọ́n ń ṣe àdúrà àwọn ní home office lẹ́ẹ̀kan, èmi náà ń ṣàbá wọn ṣàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kí lọ́ọ̀yà home office wá. Tí lọ́ọ̀yà ò bá ti wá, ó máa easy díẹ̀ torí that means pé wọn ò ní kéèsì tí wọ́n fẹ́ bá yín answer nìyẹn. Ọlọ́mọṣà ṣe ń rọrùn fún yín. Àwọn ní tó máa ń pòwe pé kíní kan tó ṣe ẹ́ rí, èmi ní kẹ́ ẹ wá bí. Ó ti ṣèmi náà rí, ó ti ṣe mí rí, ṣùgbọ́n lọ́ọ̀yà wá, ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run fún wa sọ ńgbà náà. Ṣùgbọ́n tí Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí lọ́ọ̀yà wá kó lè bá rọrùn. Ọlá jẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìdá ìlọ́lọ́. Ọlá pé òun Ọlọ́run ọba náà ló ṣe ti Músà. Nígbà tí Músà lọ fojú winá lọ́dọ̀ Fìràúnà, Ọlọ́run ọba náà ló fún Músà ṣe ńgbà náà. Ọlọ́run tó fún Músà ṣe ńgbà náà kò tíì kúrò láyé ẹ̀. Ọlọ́mọṣà ṣe tiyín náà nírọ̀rùn. Bí àṣẹ èèyàn kan ni ní gbogbo apáta la máa jẹ dínà. Àsìkò tó ní kálukú máa jẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni. Intade máa jẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni, ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣùọ́ pé gbogbo wa la máa jẹ dínà. Gbogbo ẹni tó ti wọ̀lú gbogbo wa náà la máa níwèé. Ọlọ́mọṣà gbogbo ìgbà tó bá máa dé, ọlọ́mọṣà ṣe ń rọrùn fún wa. Ọlá jẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run. Ọlá la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. Allahumma rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alayna innaka antat tawwabur rahim. واهدينا ووفقنا إلى الحق وإلى طريق المستقيم. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Bá a ṣe ń sọ ìmọ̀ ń wo aago ìgbà tí àwọn YouTube wa máa dé sí orí platform, ṣùgbọ́n a sì ní some minutes kó tó di ìgbà náà. Láàárín ìsìn títí di ìgbà tí àwọn YouTube máa wá gba ààyè wọn lórí platform wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe sọ fún wa. Tá bá rẹ́ni tó ní ìbéèrè kan àbí kejì tí ó tó fẹ́ kí
àwọn ṣe prayer wa.
Náà mashallah mo ti gbàgbé ẹ ṣeun ẹ mọ́ bínú. Nísìnyí ká bọ́ sórí special prayer wa inshallah ẹ ṣeun. Àwọn ustaz wa tí wọ́n máa bá ṣe special prayer náà ni àwọn tí wọ́n bá ṣe prayer request nísìn. Ní báyìí prayer request and special prayer tá a fẹ́ ṣe Suratul Fatihi. Òun ni wọ́n ní kí a ṣe Suratul Fatihi. Gbogbo àwa tí a bá mọ Suratul Fatihi kí a lọ gbé Al-Qur'ani wa, àbí gbogbo àwa tá a bá mọ Al-Qur'ani ká lọ gbé Al-Qur'ani wa chapter 48 of the Quran, Suratul Fatihi. Bí a ṣe máa ṣe àdúrà náà, òun náà ni pé a bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ Suratul Fatihi yẹn, a pòrí àyà àkọ́kọ́, ẹ̀kejì, ẹ̀kẹta lẹ́ẹ̀mọkànlá. Inna fatahna laka fatihan mubina. Inna fatahna laka fatihan mubina. Inna fatahna laka fatihan mubina lẹ́ẹ̀mọkànlá. Liyaghfira laka Allahu ma taqaddama min dhanbika wa ma ta'akhkhara. Wa yutimma ni'matahu ilayka wa yahdiyaka siratal mustaqim. Àpòrí ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀mọkànlá. Àwa ka súrà náà délẹ̀. Tá bá ka délẹ̀, tá bá débi Muhammadu Rasulullah. Walladina ma'ahu ashiddahu 'ala al-kuffar. Last aya yẹn náà àpòrí ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀mọkànlá. Àwọn àfáà wa ó máa lédi wa, àwa náà sì máa tẹ̀lé wọn. So tá bá wá ṣe tán inshallah a ṣe útúbà ẹ̀ lé lórí, a wá ṣe gbogbo àwọn àdúrà tí wọ́n ní kí a fi tẹ̀lé. Báyìí ni a ṣe máa ṣe láti sìn for the next 7 weeks inshallah. Gbogbo ohun tí a bá gbà lérò tá a fi àbí táwọn bàbá gbà lérò àti táwa náà fi ṣe tá a ṣe àdúrà náà tá a fi sun àdúrà náà sùn. Ọlọ́mọṣà jẹ́ kí ó wọlé àṣẹ. Ọlá jẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run. Màá gbé microphone mi fún àwọn sheikh wa Fadilatu Sheikh Muhyiddin Ibu Owó kí wọ́n lead wa ní àdúrà náà. Bismillah.
Jazakallah khair. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Kakọ́ ṣe mukaddimat náà kó tó yí pé a bẹ̀rẹ̀ inshallah. Bí a kí bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Wa qul istaghfiru rabbakum innahu kana ghaffara. Yursilis samaa alaykum midrara. Wa yumdidukum bi amwalin wa banin. Wa yaj'al lakum jannatin wa yaj'al lakum anhara. Astaghfirullah Allah. 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 Astaghfirullah. Inna Allah ghafurur rahim. Fala manahu. La ilaha illallah. 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 لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وسلم 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 الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والارض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار الحمد لله 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 رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Gbogbo akádà ní àṣíwájú Ọlọ́run à ń sọ fúnra látàárọ̀ náà pé àṣẹ ìparí ìkànnì àdúrà ìpọ̀jù ojoojúmọ́ làdúrà mùmìnì nínú agbára tí mùmìnì máa ń ní òun náà làdúrà gẹ́gẹ́ bá nàbí ṣe sọ fún wa àdúà sayful mu'min gbogbo tá à ń fi ń sùn Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó bá bẹ̀ mọ́ Ọlọ́run gbogbo èròǹgbà àwọn global missioner wa bàbá wa ọlọ́lá wa Alhaji Abdulaziz oníkẹ́ Marufdin tí wọ́n gbà lérò lórí àdúrà náà tá fi ní ká ṣe káàkiri ayé àwọn kan ti ṣe tiwọn àwọn kan ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ àwọn kan ó tún padà ṣe gbogbo àsìkò tó ní kálukú bá ń ṣe Ọlọ́run dákun bá gbà gbogbo táwọn fi ń sùn jẹ́ ó bá bẹ̀ mọ́ Ọlọ́run nínú àdúrà arántí àwọn ìyá wa kan tí wọ́n tún lùzì ọmọ wọn lánàá sísítà wa Mọ̀nsúrà Ọmọlọ́lá para àwọn òbí ẹ̀ lójú Ọlọ́run gbogbo abiyamọ mọ̀jẹ̀ àtúnfojú sunkún ọmọ Ọlọ́run mọ̀jẹ̀ àtúnfojú sunkún ọmọ Ọlọ́run bá dáwọ́ ẹ̀ dúró àfẹ́kù ọmọ Ọlọ́run àfẹ́tọmọ ọmọ gbogbo abiyamọ dákọ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ̀jẹ̀ àmọ̀sáré ọmọ Ọlọ́run dákò ṣàánú wa ẹ̀bẹ̀ là ń bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákò ṣàánú Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn tí ò lálàáfíà náà bá mú wọn lára dá bàbá wa kan wọn ní ká bá wọn gbàdúrà pé ẹ̀yìn ìgbóró ẹ̀yìn lọ sísàlẹ̀ báyìí òun náà ló ń dún àwọn amálàáfíà lọ́ba yẹn Ọlọ́run gbogbo tá a fi sùn náà yóò bá bẹ̀ mọ́ Ọlọ́run bá a ṣílẹ̀kùn rẹ̀ fóníkálukú iná fàtánà lẹ̀kùn rẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run fi ń ṣí dàpọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọlá bó ṣe fi ṣí fànàbí tó fi dùnnú dàpọ̀ Ọlọ́run gbogbo ohun tí ń jẹ́ dùnnú nínú ìgbésí ayé ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan náà dàpọ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ́ sọ ọ́ dìbànújẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run tún ṣílẹ̀kùn rẹ̀ tuntun fún wa àlékún rẹ̀ àlékún dùnnú àlékún fọkànbalẹ̀ kọ́lọ́run kó ṣe fún wa bí a kí bismillahir rahmanir rahim inna fatana laka fatihan mubina liyakfira laka Allahu ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا إن فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمانهم ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما ليدخل المؤمنين والمؤمنات جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ويكفر عنهم سيئاتهم وكان ذلك عند الله فوزا عظيما ويؤدب المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات الظانين بالله ظن السوء عليهم دائرة السوء وغضب الله عليهم ولعنهم وعد لهم جنة جهنم وساءت مصيرا ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عزيزا حكيما إنا أرسلناك شاهدا ومبشرا ونذيرا لتؤمنوا بالله ورسوله وتعزروه وتوكروه وتسبحوه بكرة وأصيلا إن الذين يبايعونك إنما يبايعون الله يد الله فوق أيديهم فمن نكث فإنما ينكث على نفسه ومن أوفى بما أعاد عليه الله فسيؤتيه أجرا عظيما سيقول لك المكلفون من الأعراب شغلتنا أموالنا وأهلنا فاستغفر لنا يقولون بألسنتهم ما ليس في قلوبهم قل فمن يملك لكم من الله شيئا إن أراد بكم ضرا أو أراد بكم نفعا بل كان الله بما تعملون خبيرا بل ظننتم أن لن ينقلب الرسول والمؤمنون إلى أهليهم أبدا وزين ذلك في قلوبكم وظننتم ظن السوء وكنتم قوما بورا ومن لم يؤمن بالله ورسوله فإنا أعتدنا للكافرين سعيرا ولله ملك السماوات والأرض يغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء وكان الله غفورا رحيما سيقول المكلفون إذا انطلقتم إلى مغانم لتأخذوها ذرونا نتبعكم يريدون أن يبدلوا كلام الله قل لن تتبعونا كذلك قال الله من قبل وسيقولون بل تهدزوننا بل كانوا لا يفقهون إلا قليلا قل للمكلفين من الأعراب ستدعون إلى قوم أولي بأس شديد تقاتلونهم أو يسلمون فإن تطيعوا يؤتيكم الله أجرا حسنا وإن تتولوا كما توليتم من قبل يعذبكم عذابا أليما ليس على الأعمى حرج ولا على الأعرج حرج ولا على المريض حرج وما يطع الله ورسوله يدخله جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار ومن يتولى يؤذبه عذابا أليما لقد رضي الله عن المؤمنين إذ يبايعونك تحت الشجرة فعلم ما في قلوبهم فأنزل السكينة عليهم وأثابهم فتحا قريبا ومغانم كثيرة يأخذونها وكان الله عزيزا حكيما وعدكم الله مغانم كثيرة تأخذونها فعجل لكم هذه وكف أيدي الناس عنكم ولتكون آية للمؤمنين ويهديكم صراطا مستقيما وأخرى لم تقدروا عليها قد أحاط الله بها وكان الله على كل شيء قديرا ولو قاتلكم الذين كفروا تولوا الأدبار ثم لا يجدون وليا ولا نصيرا سنة الله التي قد خلت من قبل ولن تجد لسنة الله تبديلا وهو الذي كف أيديهم عنكم وأيديكم عنهم ببطن مكة من بعد أن أسفركم عليهم وكان الله بما تعملون بصيرا هم الذين كفروا وصدوكم عن المسجد الحرام والهدي معكوفا أن يبلغ محله ولولا رجال مؤمنون ونساء مؤمنات لم تعلموهم أن تطؤوهم فتصيبكم منهم معرة بغير علم ليدخل الله في رحمته من يشاء لو تزيلوا لعذبنا الذين كفروا منهم عذابا أليما إذ جعل الذين كفروا في قلوبهم حمية الجاهلية فأنزل الله سكينته على رسوله وعلى المؤمنين والزمهم كلمة التقوى وكانوا أحق بها وأهلها وكان الله بكل شيء عليما لقد صدق الله رسوله رؤيا بالحق لتدخلن المسجد الحرام إن شاء الله آمنين محلقين رؤوسكم ومقصرين لا تخافون فعلم ما لم تعلموا فجعل من دون ذلك فتيا قريبا هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على دين كله وكفى بالله شهيدا محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار وما بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار وما بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار وما بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار وما بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما اللهم استجب دعاءنا اللهم استجب دعاءنا اللهم استجب دعاءنا وتقبل صلاتنا واستجب دعاءنا بلا كد ولا كد برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين اللهم هذا الدعاء منا ومنك الإجابة وهذا الجاد ولك التكلان ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. دكتور.
وآخر دعوانا alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ọlọ́run a dúpẹ́ lórí ayé àwa, Ọlọ́run jọ̀wọ́ má mà jẹ́ a rí nira, gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ àwa bá wa ṣe kó dayọ̀, wọlá orúkọ rẹ tó ju gbogbo orúkọ lọ, wọlá orúkọ ẹ la ilaha illallah. Ọba Ọlọ́run a dúpẹ́ lórí ayé àwa, Ọlọ́run jọ̀wọ́ má mà jẹ́ a rí nira, gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ àwa bá wa ṣe kó dayọ̀, wọlá orúkọ rẹ tó ju gbogbo orúkọ lọ, wọlá orúkọ rẹ la ilaha illallah. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, arrahmanir rahim, maliki yawmiddin, iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, ihdina siratal mustaqim, ihdina siratal mustaqim, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، 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 صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين، آمين. اللهم بارك لنا فيما رزقتنا وعلمنا ما ينفعنا وفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم أنت الرزاق ذو القوة المتين، أنت خير الرازقين، ترزق من تشاء بغير حساب، سبحانك رزقك ما له من نفاد، بيدك الخير إنك على كل شيء قدير، يدك مبسوطتان تنفق كيف تشاء، تختص برحمتك من تشاء، وأنت ذو الفضل العظيم. اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكها أنت خير من زكاها، أنت وليها ومولاها. اللهم آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. Lẹ́yìn tí a ti ṣe àdúrà fórí ara wa, ẹ dákun gbogbo wa pátá kí a ṣe àdúrà fún àwọn tí Ọlọ́run bá ti pè sọ́dọ̀ láàrin wa, láwọn tó súnmọ́ wa àti àwọn tó jìnnà tó jẹ́ mùsùlùmí. Lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà a máa ń gbàgbé wọn, lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà wọ́n sì nídìí wa ju bá a ṣe àwa ò tiẹ̀ nídìí wọn mọ́, ṣùgbọ́n nídìí wa. Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó ní irhamu ma fil ard yarhamukum ma fis samai. Ànábì sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó ní ẹ mọ́ tọrọ ìkẹ́ àti ìgẹ̀ fún àwọn tó wà nínú ilẹ̀, ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé wọn. Gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń rántí ara yín, ẹ mọ́ rántí àwọn náà. Tẹ́ bá ń ṣe eléyìí, yarhamukum ma fis samai, àwọn tó wà nínú sánmọ̀ wọ́n á máa ṣe ìkẹ́, wọ́n á máa tọrọ ìkẹ́ àti ìgẹ̀ fẹ́yìn náà. Ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ náà ni pé gbogbo bàtà bá ti ń ṣàdúrà fáwọn tó ti lọ, àwa náà invest ni, torí pé a máa gba èyí tó jọ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí tó jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àwọn wo náà ló wà ní sánmọ̀? Àwọn náà ni àwọn mọ̀láíkà. Ẹ̀rí àwọn mọ̀láíkà yìí, Ọlọ́run fi yé wa pé àwọn mọ̀láíkà yìí wọ́n mọ́ kànga kúrò níbi ẹ̀ṣẹ̀, torí pé kí ni wọ́n fi yé wa pé àwọn mọ̀láíkà yìí wọ́n ní wọn kì í sùn. Láyà súnà lọ́ àmọ́ àmọ́ra mo ti ẹ̀fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòkè ní. Wọ́n ní láyà kùlón, wọn kì í jẹ, wà láyà nàmún, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn kì í sùn. Bọ́n ṣe wá kí í ṣe gbogbo eléyìí. Láyà súnà lọ́ àmọ́ àmọ́ra bákan náà wọn kì í kan tí Ọlọ́run bá pa wọn láṣẹ. Eléyìí ni nǹkan tó fún wọn ní closeness pẹ̀lú Ọlọ́run. Torí pé wọ́n á súnmọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba yìí, Ọlọ́run ọba fún wọn ní ààyè tó ga lọ́dọ̀ wọn Ọlọ́run ọba. So wọ́n á máa ṣàdúrà fáwọn náà nígbà táwa náà bá ń ṣàdúrà fáwọn tó wà nílẹ̀. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ìgbàdókù lọ́rùn ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àbá dẹlẹ̀ fún ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wọn. Iwájú tó kọjú sí, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àjò ó dáa fún wọn. Ẹ̀yìn tán fi sílẹ̀, ọlọ́mọjò ó bàjẹ́. Ipò tán wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àjò ó jẹ́ pò rọrùn fún wọn. Tán bá wà nù kẹ́, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àṣàlékún kẹ́ wọn. Tó bá kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún wọn, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àbá yí padà sí dáadáa fún wọn. Ọlá pé Ànábì sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó fi yé wa pé gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ló máa wà àlìjánnà. Gbogbo èèyàn pátá ló máa wà àlìjánnà àfàwọn tó bá kọ̀. Wọ́n wá ní àwọn wo ló máa kọ̀, àwọn wo ló máa kọ̀ tán fẹ́ wà àlìjánnà, ta ni ò fẹ́ ń tó dá. ó ní àwọn tó bá ṣe kíni tí wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé tóun ànábì wí tán gba kálímà la ilaha illallah àbí wọ́n gbọ́ sí wọn gbà àwọn eléyìí náà kọ̀ láti wọ àlìjánà ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo ẹni tó bá ti pé kálímà la ilaha illallah muhammad rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam gbogbo wọn pátá ló máa wọ àlìjánà ṣùgbọ́n àlìjánà wá lè yàtọ̀ síra wọn ni gbogbo apáta la máa wọ àlìjánà gbogbo àwọn tó ti wá fi kú ṣàgbà wa ọlọmọṣàbá jẹ́ ká pàdé lálùjánà Ọlọ́run la ilaha illallah ala muhammad rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ẹ̀dàkọ̀ yẹ kí gbogbo akápanupọ̀ ká ṣe ayatul kursi 3 kul huwallahu 3 gbogbo ládàtà máa bá ń bẹ̀ kọlọmọṣàbá fún gbogbo àwọn òkú mùsùlùmí tó ti fi kú ṣàgbà wa àtàwọn tó ń palẹ̀ mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí bá a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí àwọn kan ti ń jáde láyé bá a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan ń tọ̀ ká kú lọ́wọ́ bá a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí wọ́n ti ń bu àwọn kan mọ́lẹ̀ tó gbogbo àwọn tó ti lọ yìí àwọn ò dájú wọn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ò ṣẹ̀ kò ń ṣe pọ́n ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kan ni wọ́n ṣẹ̀ táwọn fi tètè lọ kò ń ṣe pẹ́ṣẹ̀ kan lọ́n ṣẹ̀ tán fi tètè lọ àwa tá àti ìlọ iná kò ń ṣe péṣẹ̀ kan la ṣe tó ń dẹ́rù bọ́ Ọlọ́run tí Ọlọ́run ò ṣe fẹ́ tí ì mú wa kúrò ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run bá fi fún wa ní second chance àwọn fi fún wa ní opportunity láti fi lẹ́kùn iṣẹ́ olóore wa ni iṣẹ́ olóore yẹn ọlọ́mọṣáàjò pọ̀ nù ìṣẹ̀mí ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa ọlọ́àjẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run bismillahir rahmanir rahim Allahu la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum la ta'khusuhu sinatun wala nawm lahu ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard man dhal ladhi yashfa'u 'indahu illa bi idhnihi يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يؤتون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يحده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يحده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يحده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد التحيات لله الزاكيات لله الطيبة صلوات لله السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí a ti tọrọ fún àwọn òkú wa gbogbo àwọn tá a wà láyé ń sìn náà Ọlọ́run ilé ayé wa ọlọ́mọṣáàjò dá fún wa o ilé ayé wa ọlọ́mọṣáàjò dá fún wa o ilé ayé wa ọlọ́mọṣáàjò dá fún wa o èyí tó ti dánú ṣẹ̀mí wa ọlọ́mọjò dìbàjẹ́ o èyí tó ti dánú ṣẹ̀mí wa ọlọ́mọjò dìbàjẹ́ alkiyama wa náà ọlọ́mọṣáàjò sún wọn fún wa mọ́ni tó pé ilé ayé wa ó da kó fi ba alkiyama wa jẹ́ mọ́ni tó pé alkiyama wa ó da kó fi ba ilé ayé wa jẹ́ rádaràda rédèrèdè ránran játijàti ọlọ́mọ fi ṣàdánwò fún wa o ọlọ́jẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run ìbànújẹ́ ó kéré ó tóbi ọlọ́mọ fi ṣàdánwò fún wa látara ara wa fúnra wa ọlọ́mọjà kan bànújẹ́ látara nǹkan ní wa ọlọ́mọjà kan bànújẹ́ látara àwọn ẹbí wa ọlọ́mọjà kan bànújẹ́ látara ọkọ látara aya ọlọ́mọjà kan bànújẹ́ látara àwọn òbí wa ọlọ́mọjà kan bànújẹ́ Ọlọ́run máa wá ń ṣe oore ẹ̀dẹ́ fún yàn gbogbo ohun tó bá ń jẹ́ oore ẹ̀dẹ́ ọlọ́mọ ṣe fún wa Ọlọ́run oore fi kan gbà kan lọ́wọ́ ẹni ọlọ́mọ ṣerú ẹ̀ fún wa Ọlọ́run oore tí máa ń bá ní kalẹ̀ tí máa ń dùn nú yàn kalẹ̀ ọlọ́mọ ṣáà ṣe fún wa ọlá ìjẹ́ kan ṣoṣo olóòótọ́ tọ́lọ́run máa wá ṣe fún wa tó máa wá gba ẹ̀sìn lọ́wọ́ wa ọlọ́run mọ́ ṣe fún wa ọlọ́run oore tí mo ń gbẹ̀sìn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀dá ẹ̀sìn òun náà ní tó oore tọ́lọ́run bá ṣe fún wa tó dáa jù tá a máa wá ní tó tá a máa gbàgbé ẹ̀sìn tá a máa wá máa fi ọlọ́run ṣoore fún wa àwa ní rántí kírun mọ́ àbí ká máa wá ṣe ká máa fi kíkan dá kan sí àbí ká máa fi ìrun ráre oore bẹ́ẹ̀ ọlọ́run mọ̀ ṣe fún wa ọlọ́run ọlá ìjẹ́ kan ṣoṣo ọlọ́run ọlá la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi aliyul azim allahumma afisna min bayni aydina wa min khalfina wa an shama'ilna wa mati'na bi asma'ina wa absarina wa quwwatina ma ahyaytana waj'al al-waritha minna waj'al tharana ala man zallamana wansurna ala ma adana ولا تجعل مصيبتنا في ديننا ولا مبلغ علمنا ولا تسلط علينا ما لا يخافك ولا يرحمنا اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من الجنون والجسام والبرص ومن سيء الأسقام اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من الجنون والجسام والبرص ومن سيء الأسقام اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من الجنون والجسام والبرص ومن سيء الأسقام اللهم لا تدع لنا هذا ذنب إلا غفرته ولا أما إلا فرجته ولا دين إلا قضيته ولا مريض إلا شفيته ولا ضالا إلا هديته ولا حاجة من حوائج الدنيا والآخرة إلا قضيتها يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وعلى أصحابه وسلم تسليما كثيرا وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Our zonal shura that all our information, please give them the floor. Ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn youth.
Àwọn youth wa tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ bá mi ké pé àwọn youth náà kí wọ́n máa gbáradì láti wọlé àsìkò wọn ti tó.
Inshallah.
Now, Bismillah, Zonal Shura Committee. Ṣé wọn chairman wọn bẹ Alhaji Adétúnjí?
Wọn bẹ.
Bismillah, Sheikh.
Agbe wọn, ó dá ipa ṣe máa gbé wọn lé ní. Let me check in. Okay. Inshallah is in.
Bismillah, Alhaji Adétúnjí, Bismillah. You have the floor, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Me, my boy, I'm going, sir.
Nah, man,
very clearly, inshallah.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to us. It's just to inform the whole house that Alhamdulillah, we have concluded the Shura assignment. We implore all those that were interviewed to please still bear with us for maybe another 2 weeks, because we have prepared a report to be submitted during the week to the Zonal Council of Elders, from where it's going to be sent to Lagos for final approval. So we implore all those that were interviewed to please bear with us that we have not gotten in touch with them. We have finalized on our own path, and inshallah, we have done our best with the cooperation of everybody, all the branches. We were able to at least get a solid, by our own standard, executive council, the next zonal executive council for this zone. May Allah make it as we have all intended it to be a varied one that will be better than the ones that we have before. So that's just the announcement that we'll come back to them very shortly. It's just the process. Everything on our part has been completed. It will have to go to Council of Elders, Zonal Council of Elders first. Then it will go on from there to Lagos for final approval. So that's the process or the procedure. So we'll continue to brief you as time goes on. Jazakallah khairan. Thanks for listening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for the update. Torí pé àwọn èèyàn ti mọ wọ̀nà pé ó yẹ ká ẹ ti wá fún wa ní àwọn tó bá máa steer ọkọ̀ wa for the next 2 years inshallah. Ọlọ́run mọ́ ṣàṣe rọrùn fún àwọn náà gbogbo ìgbà tí wọ́n bá wọlé. Ẹ̀yin tí ẹ gbéṣẹ́ náà dání láti bí ijọ́ mẹ́ta, Ọlọ́run tó ṣe rọrùn fún yín débi tí ẹ dé iná. Ọlọ́run mọ́ jàjẹ́kẹ́ iná kí ẹ sọ̀kalẹ̀ láyọ̀ pẹ̀lú rọrùn. Ọ̀làlá ìlàlá gbogbo ohun tó bẹ̀ sí yín náà gbogbo bá tó bá máa jáde Ọlọ́run ṣáà jẹ́ kí ó bá wọn jọ̀mọ́ wa lára mu o. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ àrí èdè àìyedè. Ọ̀làlá hawla wala quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. Naam, ṣé àwọn youth ṣé wọ́n ti dé? Àwọn àǹkú jẹ́jẹ́. Okay, I don't think it's here. Now, the floor is open for the youth whenever they come. I know they said 12:30, but we are tẹ́bá ní tẹ́fẹ́ fi ṣíwa létí láàrin ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá káwọn youth tó dé àbí abádẹ́rẹ́ ni tó ní ìbéèrè gẹ́gẹ́ bá sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan káwọn youth tó dé. Ẹni tó bá ní ìbéèrè ẹ kàn lè nawọ́, will allow you to speak for the next 10 minutes before the youth starts. Tony Berry. Now,
keep safe, please. Follow the procedure, the government procedure on COVID-19. Please, let's procedure and tell you none. Cover up, inshallah.
And face and space. And face and space. Gbogbo bàtà bá ti jáde tá bá wọlé padà ká máa fọ ọwọ́ wa tá bá wà níta tá tètè rómi láti fi fọ ọwọ́ àbọ̀ṣẹ ká gbìyànjú ká lo jelly hand sanitizer ká máa fi fọ ọwọ́. Whenever we get back home we should wash it. Tá bá dẹ̀ jáde náà when we are out and about ká máa bomú wa, especially tá bá wà nínú enclosure, a lọ sínú mall ni, a lọ sínú shop ni. Alhamdulillah àwọn shop tí ẹ ní jẹ́ wọlé nísìn tẹ́ bá ti ní mask. So ká lo àwọn mask yẹn, then we should allow space distance, 2 meter distance. Ká try láti jìnnà sí ara wa because we know that this virus spread with droplets. Now, Sheikh.
Now, I got another message. Our message is now, please. We intentionally silent on it. Ká fáwọn jàmá wa lára balẹ̀ lórí sàrà lórí special prayer. We are silent lórí ẹ̀, but I've been getting many messages. People làwọn fi sàrà sí. Whoever tọ́lọ́run bá yọ̀ǹda fún ZEC account náà ni ẹja fi sí. Torí pé we are considerate of our members. Àpọ̀lọpọ̀ wa kọ́lọ́run ṣiṣẹ́ alálùbáríkà fún wa padà. Ṣé ò sí mọ́ àwọn kan ti reduce iṣẹ́ wọn oríṣiríṣi bẹ́ẹ̀, so we don't want to burden us with another, but gbogbo ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá yọ̀ǹda fún inshallah ZEC account náà ni. From next week inshallah we're going to project that account as well. Whoever has it, please do put it there. Ade ṣe bó ti yẹ ká ṣe inshallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Sorry, doctor, for the interruption. Abdulgani. There have been testimonies up and down. Inti Sunnah sallallahu alaihi wasallam pé kí a gbìyànjú pé black seed ó cure all diseases. So we have a family tó jẹ́ pé láàrin 2 days tí wọ́n ní COVID, Ọlọ́run ní kí ó lò ó sì gbà wọ́n lẹ̀. Eléyìí tá ń sọ yìí àpolówó black seed, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀rọ abitẹ́bá ti lè rà ẹ jẹ́ kí àwa náà kí a fi náà sí ọkàn kan tó máa lò. Few families wọ́n ti pè black seed oil ẹ jẹ́ àlò ó pọ̀ kiri shops kọ́lọ́n kí ó là wá káwa náà ká tẹ̀lé ní tí Sunnah sọ. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, ọ̀nà lẹ́tún gbọ́ yẹn. Adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba tí ó ń fún wa ní àgbọ́yé. Àwọn jọmọ́ wa gbọ́yé pé téèyàn bá ń ṣe àdúrà, nínú àwọn nǹkan tí mo ń jẹ́ kí àdúrà tètè dọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run, òun náà ni ká fi tààrà tẹ̀lé. Òun ló ṣe jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mọ̀ wá sọ pé ṣé ẹ̀ ní gba sàdákà àdúrà tá a ṣe yìí ni àdúrà yìí pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ pé ká má ṣe sàárà. Ọlọ́run wọ́n ṣáà fún wa ní àgbọ́yé. Ànábì sallallahu alaihi wasallam ó ní ẹnikẹ́ni tí Ọlọ́run bá ro dáadáa kan, Ọlọ́run kan lẹ̀ ó kàn ro dáadáa kan ẹ̀ kò Ọlọ́run ló máa fún lówó. Àmì ànábì ò lọ́lọ́run máa fún lówó, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sọ pé Ọlọ́run máa kọ́lé fún àbó máa ṣe kinní kan fún, ó ní yóò fà kí o fi dì. Ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá ro dáadáa kan, Allah so favours you, ó wá rò pé mo fẹ́ ṣoore fún ẹ. Ànábì ní Ọlọ́run máa fúnrú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àgbọ́yé ẹ̀sìn. Ọlọ́run mọ́ ṣáà fún wa ní àgbọ́yé ẹ̀sìn. Èyí tá a ti gbọ́yé yìí náà, Ọlọ́run mọ́ jẹ́ kó dìbàjẹ́ lọ́wọ́ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Ọlájẹkùn ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run àìrí àwọn jọmọ́ wa fẹ́ san owó àdúrà. Wọ́n ní láti next week lọ ká mọ̀ san. Bismillah ya Sheikh.
Now, Emma Binu for interjection.
That is okay.
Another message for our member, Toma Wulo Fua, is Egba United Society Manchester. They're having a Zoom meeting to talk about COVID-19 vaccine benefits. Torí ẹ̀rù yìí ń bá àwọn kan náà àwọn jọmọ́ wa, wọ́n yìí ń bẹ̀rù pé ṣá káwọn gbà káwọn mọ́ gbà. Another talk, náà tó fẹ́ ṣe yẹn, àwọn Egba United Society Manchester. Inshallah, our project here fún wa later, gbogbo ẹni tọ́lọ̀ bá tún yọ̀ǹda fún. Àwọn tí ó bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, Dr. Munira Ogunlayi, àbí Ogunlayi, náà máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ̀ lórí vaccine benefits. Àti sọ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà fún wa, ẹ jẹ́ á lọ gbà á. Pàápàá jùlọ gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà láàrin wa tó ti kàn yín ẹ lọ gbà á. Àyìn ráwọn èèyàn tán láwọn ò fẹ́ gbà, àwọn ò fẹ́ gbà á. Wọ́n lé ẹni tó bá gbà máa tètè kú, irọ́ ni, kò sí tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Please, let's go and take the vaccine. Benefit here will not fẹ́ bá wa sọ, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ikú tí ó pẹ̀dá Ọlọ́run ọba nìkan ló mọ̀. Ikú tí ó péyàn sáré mọ́tò, tó bá sá fún mọ́tò tọ́lọ́run bá ní kẹ̀kẹ́ ní ó pààyàn, kẹ̀kẹ́ yẹn ó kọlù èèyàn yóò sì kú. Àwọn àti rọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tó ṣe wípé mọ́tò gbá wọn náà wọn ò sì kú. So béèyàn bá ẹni tó mọ́tò máa pa, kẹ̀kẹ́ ò ní pa, ẹni tí ó kúkú omi iná ò ní pa, ẹni tí ó ṣe ikú tó ní kálukú ó bá kú Ọlọ́run ọba nìkan ló mọ̀. So bóyá COVID-19 náà ni èèyàn ó bá lọ, ó dà kó lo kí ló ní a máa lò àwọn èpo ọsàn, èpo pineapple, ginger, béèyàn lò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Bọ́lọ́run bá kádàrá pé ikú COVID-19 náà ni ó kú, yóò kú náà ni. Ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú wa, kó mọ̀ jẹ́ àti ìlọ báyìí. Òun náà ni a tún rí lójú screen wa yẹn. Wọ́n ní Egba United, wọ́n fẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa COVID-19 benefit. Àti sọ nígbà kan náà sẹ́yìn. So inshallah, that's the message, and gbogbo àtà bá fẹ́ join wọn ní ọjọ́ Sunday tó ń bọ̀ láago ní èní náà ni lẹ́ni láago 5 inshallah, lẹ́ni láago 5 meeting, Zoom meeting wọn náà ni a rí lójú screen yẹn. Password is Egba United Kinikan Society EUS. Ká kọ meeting ID yẹn lẹ̀ àti password COVID-19 vaccine. Àwa tá a bá wà lórí fóònù ká ṣe screenshot. Àwa tá a bá wà lórí computer ká ṣe screenshot so that it will be handy for us and we'll be able to access it whenever we want to join that platform, inshallah. Our sister wa tí ó bá sọ̀rọ̀ náà ni Dr. wa Munirat Ogunlayi. Dr. Munirat Ogunlayi. No, ni wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀, inshallah. Some of you today, it's about the time for them to come on.
Inshallah, they're on board. They're on board.
Mashallah. So we go back to the youth platform. Bismillah, ya Sheikh. Afawa Jeje. Bismillah.
Afawa,
Jeje.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to thank everyone for giving us, especially our fast, for giving us the privilege to be here today, inshallah. We ask Allah to make things easy for everyone and guide us as we take this section on today, inshallah. But before we do that, before I introduce the moderator for today, the person will be guiding us through this section today, inshallah, allow me to inform us of the youth program that we have lined up. We have a series of events that we intend to be doing, inshallah. The youth have started, they want to start a youth book club that they will be looking into reading books together and analyzing the book. And we would ask you all to please sign up for this event. If you're interested in reading book, I would be very happy to have you to join it, inshallah. But before that, let's quickly listen to these quick package that the youth have got in line for us for the next 12 months, inshallah. This will be what will be rolling over and over up until the end of the pandemic, inshallah. Let's quickly take a quick listen to this and enjoy this before we call on our moderator, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This year, Nasfat Zonal Youth are bringing you Book Club. If you want to work on your personal development and spirituality, and on a fortnightly basis, we're going to go through it, listen to what each other has to say, and discuss our sharings and what we've learned from this book. It's going to be an amazing experience and opportunity for real personal growth. I hope to see you there. Jazakallah khairan. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brothers and sisters in Islam, you are welcome to Nasfat UK and Island Zone Youth Wing. This is to inform you about our Dawah activities for the year. As usual, we'll continue to do our weekly admonition, which will cover topics and areas of Islam such as fiqh, sirah, hadab, and akhlaq. This is to encourage us to understand our deen and practice it as required. We are also going to be running program during the Ramadan, which encourages our members to read and understand the Quran daily and on a regular basis. In this program, we are going to be giving out prizes to selected winners. We are also going to be doing open question and answer session in each and various selected weeks, which will enable us to understand whatever that is confusing us in the Islam. We hope that you join us on our weekly program, our weekly sessions, which is Sundays 12:30 and every Sunday. And we also hope that you will join us on our social media to read our various weekly diets and daily diets.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters. My name is Fatima and I am the current Zonal Youth Amira. So I'm basically here to introduce a new initiative that's been put in place. It's called Side Hustle, and it's basically to teach new skills just to generate a new income, especially with lockdown looking to ease up in the coming weeks and months. So we currently have a sister that is ready to teach makeup from the basics to a bit more advanced, and we have a sister to teach tailoring over a span of 4 weeks, starting with the most basics and hopefully improving the skills as we go along in the next coming weeks as well. So this is basically just to ask sisters if you have any skills that you'd be more than happy to teach other sisters. Please feel free to contact me, and so we can set something up as well where we can showcase the talent that you have and hopefully teach other people those talents as well. And if you just have any questions in regards to the whole initiative, please feel free to contact me as well. I look forward to hearing from you and hopefully seeing you all participate in these programs and learning new skills. Thank you.
Hello, Barakatu. I am Kafila Toguntaya, presenting you with the Body System, which is one of the amazing programs offered by the Nasfat Zonal Youth Wing UK and Ireland this year. With the help of outstanding professionals from different career fields, the Body System will provide Nasfat youth and other interested members of the society with guidelines and help with their chosen career fields. Members of the youth will have the opportunity to be paired with experienced personnels from a wide range of career fields who can provide them with the pointers on how to achieve success in their chosen career field and help them take the necessary steps. Stay tuned for this wonderful opportunity.
My name is Mutia Ibrahim, the Zonal Youth PRO, and I'm here to inform you about our e-monthly publication which will be coming out very soon, inshallah. This publication will help us to publicize all our programs and events as being carried out in the Zoom, and it will also be an avenue for our brothers and sisters who are involved in one or two businesses and are looking for a means to get them publicized. So it will be a great avenue for them to reach out to the public, because we will be having sponsorship and adverts placements for it. And for those in our WhatsApp platform, you must have noticed that we started daily edit posting every day. We started our Jumu'ah series as well, which is a means to remind people of some of the Quranic verses and hadiths as well. Let me use this opportunity to urge everyone, our fathers, our mothers, to please follow us on our social media handles at Nasfat UK Youth on Facebook, at Nasfat UK Youth on IG, and at Nasfat UK Youth on Twitter. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdurrahim KJ, the Nasfat Zona Youth Amir of UK and Ireland Zone. Dear brothers and sisters, are you going through a tough moment? Are you finding it difficult to find answers to some tough questions that you are having, and you are wondering people might judge you for your question? Worry no more. Nasfat Youth Wing UK and Ireland has come up with a program referred to as Agony Hunt. Agony Hunt is a program that will allow you to have answers to some of your concerns anonymously. We would request this information, this email, to be sent across to us, and it will be treated with utmost confidential as possible. And we would send this to our League of Scholars. This League of Scholars, we have no idea who has sent this message across. And the answers provided will be published in our monthly journals that will start from next month, inshallah. So we ask you all to worry no more. Feel free to send across your concerns, and inshallah, we ask Allah to guide us, to support you, and make things easy for us, inshallah. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Right, thank you very much for watching that endless video. We thank you for your patience. We ask Allah to continue to reward you. So for the book club, we will be sharing the link to register, the form to register. We'll share that. We'll paste the message on the chat box now. If you are interested in it, please feel free to fill in the form for the book club, and we'll take that up from there, inshallah. Going forward, inshallah, today we would be having varieties of discussion on parental influence on children's life decision. Please allow me to invite the moderator for today, our dear sister, the person, the Amira of the Zona Youth Wing, the person of Sister Fatima Efukunle. Sister Fatima Efukunle, are you there with us?
Assalamu alaikum, I'm here.
Wa alaikum, we can see you, we can hear you. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So as Brother Rahim just said, I'll be the moderator for this program today that the youth are presenting, and it's essentially just on Assalamu alaikum. It's essentially just on parental influence and how much parental influence has on a child's life growing up, as well as how they then raise their own child as well. So I'm gonna ask, so we have our panelists today who are Brother Royhan Muhammad Noah, Sister Alaita Olawande, Sister Zainab Dawda, and then we also have three adults as well that will be joining the panelists with us, and we have Sister Karimat, Sister Rafiat, and then Brother Kareem as well. So I'll literally just be posing a couple of questions to each individual or to whoever wants to answer the question, just so we can get the discussion started. Is everyone a part of the discussion at the moment?
Assalamu alaikum, I'm here.
Wa alaikum salam, wa alaikum salam. Okay, so I'm going to start by posing a question to the adults. So whichever one of the sister or the brother wants to answer, As a parent, would you say that you are modeling the behavior of your parents onto your child?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sister Karimat.
Wa alaikum salam, sister.
A child's upbringing depends on what he or she has seen within the household. Our children are being given to us by God as a gift, and we should put a good example in front of them for them to grow within it. We should try and make them our friends so that we can prove to them that they should look at us as a replica. So when they grow up, they take the inspiration, the behavior, the way of life that they've seen within the home setup as they grow up. In an household where we've got youth, where we've got children, I categorize children into three stages, from 1 to 12, 13, then from 13 to around 19, 20, and then from 20 upward is another set of children. When they are growing up as a child, from 1 to 12, they're looking at us, they're seeing the way we're behaving, they want to copy us. And we need to show them the way of life in whereby when they grow up, they'll be able to copy some aspects. When they get to the 13, 14, the teen age, where they are now recognizing what life is all about, in an household, parents should be careful of their ways of life. I will start from husband and wife, whereby the way they talk to each other, because these children are going to grow up, they're going to get married, they're going to be someone's wife or someone's husband. Whatever they're bringing from their parents, they would definitely take it to them. That is part of the influence. So at that period, we should be able to mold ourselves so that our children will see the best of us. F word, horrible words, abusive words should be out of the way. We should learn, you should teach them how to be godly, so that at the stage of their life, they know when they get to that stage of being in the same position where we are now, they'll be able to look back and say, oh, my mom, my dad, this is the way they behave. My mom doesn't behave like this. So that's part of the influence we as a parents has to pass on to our children. And at the same time, when they get to from age 20 upward, we need to look at them. They need to look at us as a role model. They need to be able to come back to us as a friend and be able to talk to us and we talk to us. They need to be able to be free. So I think bringing up our children starts from when they are young, and from there they pick up all other lifestyle.
Okay, sister, can I then ask you, so what you're saying now, did your parent model the exact same behavior that you are modeling to your children now?
Yes, I will tell you that I come from a very well respectable home whereby they discipline us in a form that we can't discipline our children like that in this modern time. But we need to look at the way the time we are now, and look back to what they've done and then modify it to bring up our children. So everything my mother taught me, sometimes I look back and say, oh, thank you, Mom. You're no more here, but thank you, Mom. Because I could use it in my own lifestyle. I could add that value into my own lifestyle. And that value, I'm passing it back to my children. I'll tell you one thing. I have 2 daughters and I have sons. My daughter look up to me. My daughter does quite a lot of things I do, because I've taken it from my mother. I've passed that value to my daughter. But then my daughter will look at it, will do it in more civilized way than what we the way we have been brought up. You understand? So that is the way we will look at it. So everything we do, our children will copy. If you're a good mother, the way you talk to your husband at home, your child will grow up and respect their husband and be able to talk to their husband respectfully. If you're a mother who will wake up in the morning and tell your husband, shut up, your daughter will get to her husband's house one day, and when the husband is talking, he will tell that husband, please, can you let me talk? Can you shut up, please? And that is the way it goes. So we need to be a real model for our children to copy. Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah. Salam alaikum, everybody. In addition to that beautiful piece from Sister Karimat, my own personal experience is, alhamdulillah for the background I had. And my parents are they really set the bar very high for us. But that's as it is. They're also human at the end of the day. No one is perfect except Almighty Allah. So what I have done personally is alhamdulillah, my parents were very intentional with our upbringing, very, very, very intentional. They were intentional with teaching us family values and cultural values and Islamic values. But that's as it is. They tried their best, but we're not perfect, as I said. One of the flaws I identified with my parents was, with one of my parents, the other didn't have that flaw, was favorism. My mom had her favorites. My father didn't. And it wasn't a big deal because me and my brothers, we're very close. We laugh over it and we joke about it. But I, as a person, didn't agree that was the best way of going about things. So with my own kids, I'm very, very intentional. If anyone asks either of my kids, who is mommy's favorite, they will laugh at you and go, mommy does not have a favorite. So that behavior, I did not model my parents' behavior. But consciously or subconsciously, most of the things our parents do, they are our first teachers anyway. We tend to just unconsciously learn from them, and we tend to unconsciously model them. So I, like my parents, I'm very intentional with the kind of upbringing I'm giving to my kids. I took the best from my own parents, took the best from other people. Obviously, the kind of community we live in, it's not only your parents that are bringing you up, there are other people bringing you up as well. So obviously, I learned the best practices from all these people, and I modeled that on how I'm bringing up my kids. The things I feel maybe there are better ways of doing this, I kind of consciously not follow those ones or find a better way of doing them. Salam alaikum. That's for me for now.
Jazakallah Karam, sister. So Brother Kabir had his hand raised up. Would you like to contribute, Brother Kabir? Brother Kabir, please can you unmute yourself so you can contribute?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
Yeah, I just want to say that we agreed that the children first class are from the home, and their first teacher are from the children. And if we agree that our parents have been modeling us the way they are, the way they want us to be, that is, they want us to be the way they are. Why is it that we still have bad behaviors among the youth these days? As in, some of us are not up to taste the way we ought to be.
Thank you, brother. So I think I'm not sure if it's a Kubrat raised her hand up. Would you like to reply to what Brother Kabir just said, please? Could you unmute yourself so you can join in the discussion?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sister.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, what I wanted to get clear, because according to the topic of this discussion, is parenting influence on children future decision. not really about modeling. Regarding the influencing, for parents to influence the children's decision, what I think that this topic is all about is when our children wanted to make a decision in life. Because majority of us parents, we want our children to become what we wanted to become in life. For instance, maybe my parents want me to become a lawyer, and I'm not interested to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a doctor. But because of that, what they will want to model me to their own way of life, which is not what I really wanted to be. So in this aspect, I think supporting our children on their life decision, we are their teachers, their first teachers, their first role model when we give back to them. And I believe that your secret behavior or attitude is what the children really pick on, not what you're showing to them on a real life, on a day-to-day basis, like a camouflage. So in our way of life, both hidden and open, we have to be plain about what we're doing in life. So in us to help our children with their decision, whatever path they wanted to take in life, I think we have to support them, to encourage them, to motivate them, and to be behind them. So maybe the children that wanted to become a musician, or they wanted to become a social worker in future, some parents, we obligate to what they wanted to do. Oh, I really don't want you to do that. I want you to become a lawyer. I want you to become a doctor. This is what I want you to do. And they'll be enforcing what they wanted to be in their own life on that children. So I think this is what the topic is all about. So this is what we need to treat, to encourage our children in whatever path that they wanted to take in life. Yes, agree we have to be their friends. Yes, agree we have to agree to what they wanted to do. If what they wanted to do is not Islamica, there's a way that we can go about it. But to support their decision with prayer and with all the kind of power that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us. Because majority of the parents here, we all just walk. That is why our other counterparts, their children are really achieving more than we, the Black group. Sorry to say this. Because like when you see the other people, they take their children to swimming pool, to football club, take them to hockey, take them to this and whatever. So right from the age of maybe 2 or 3, there's a children down. Wa alaikum salam.
Sorry to just cut you off, but I do believe a lot of parents do that. A lot of African parents do that. I know for a fact my parents did that. I went to swimming classes. I had private swimming classes paid for. I went to every single sport that you can imagine. My parents took me to every single thing. So we can't say that we as a Black community do not invest in our children's future. But in regards to what you just said about nourishing the kids' talent, I'm going to go to Brother Royhan, and I'm going to ask this question. Brother Royhan, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were to go to your parents, I know what you've applied for to go to uni, but let's say you were to go to your parents and say you want to be an artist. Regarding like the amazing results you got for your A-levels and for your GCSE, would your parents support that decision of you saying you want to be an artist? And why do you think they'll support you or steer you a different way?
I think the main reason why they would be against it is because of the fact that after I've done my GCSEs, I've done all my A-levels and I've studied for this one thing. And then right after, I've now decided, oh no, forget all of this. I want to become an artist. So logically speaking, they would be against it because of the fact that it doesn't really make sense. I'll be starting from scratch all over again and I wouldn't know where to begin, and it would be much, much harder than if I just continued down the way that I'm currently going down. So I would.
Say you're passionate about being an artist.
If I'm passionate about it, and I think if I'm passionate about it, I'll be able to show them like the ways that I would be able to become big as an artist, and I'll be able to prove that to them, and then maybe then they would see, oh yeah, maybe there is a chance. Maybe he's not just saying this on a whim. So if I was passionate about it, then I think they would, after a while, they would be convinced. But if it's something where I just say, and I'm not as passionate about it, and I just say, oh, I want to be an artist now, then that's when they'll be like, no, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you, brother. We have a few hands risen up. We're gonna go with Mr. Ayola. Could you please unmute yourself?
Well, assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
I shared the thoughts of sister the sister that spoke shortly, sister, I think Razak, and I agree with Ryan. I just want to appeal to parents like me to put ourselves in a position to be able to correctly influence or guide our children in the right direction. And my appeal is this: is for us to get involved in what they do. Okay, if we stay in our world, we would never understand their world, and therefore there will be conflict as to how we analyze what they want to do. So if you say, well, that's for them, this children thing or this new thing, there's no way you will be able to counsel them appropriately. So I'm appealing, my contribution is just a direct appeal to all parents. Show interest in what your children are doing. Learn if you don't know, ask them questions, because you cannot guide me if you do not know where I am. So it's like someone is coming to your house and he says, I'm at so bus stop, and you say turn right. No, you cannot say turn right. You don't know if he's saying north or south. You need to find out where that person is and be able to guide. So appeal, please get involved, know what they're doing, and that's the only way we can correctly influence, if we want to influence what their direction is. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir. Jazakallah for that contribution. Sister Kafila Oguntayo, please can you unmute yourself, please?
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Zainab. I just want to say that a lot of parents actually disagree with kids when they say they want to do certain things they don't agree with, because they are scared, and then they start to put their own fear on the child instead of actually being open enough to understand what the child wants to do and allowing them to take risks. And I do know sometimes some risks are not worth taking, but we do want our children to be independent. We do want them to be successful in life. If we are guarding them all the way and not letting them be, they're never going to be independent. And then we have the issue of like people, men and women are complaining, oh, he can't make decision himself. He has to call his parent and stuff. But that's because people are putting their own fear. And it's not only parents that do this, it's wherever you ask advice, or maybe I could say, oh, I want to be an artist tomorrow. And then you can start putting your fears like, oh, what if you don't success? What if this happens? What if that happened? And not be actually open to the potential, to what I'm bringing into my own idea to the table. And I just feel like we need to be more open and listen and actually children also need to assess the risks and the benefits as well. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you, sister. Brother Abdul, could you unmute yourself and contribute?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I would love to kind of go through some of the things that have just been mentioned by some of the other speakers. I'll start with the lady who spoke just before Royan, and where that took us, because it's personal. It's unfortunate that there is still this association with the power of influence, and actually an understanding of what influence is. I am an artist. I'm a professional artist. I have a PhD in art. Is that useful? So did I do well in secondary school? Yes, I did. Was it logical for me to then go and study art? Yes, it was. From the time I was about 4 or 5, I pretty much knew that that's where my interests lay. I didn't even know what an artist was at that point in time. I didn't know that you could live your life as an artist. And as I grew up, it was never imposed upon me that you should keep on doing this. It was just something I always did. And it was something I knew I enjoyed. It was the most enjoyable thing I ever did. But I did lots of other things too. I made a conscious choice to become an artist after deciding, well, I could be a lawyer, I could do anything in the humanities because I had the grades to do it. It was a personal choice. And I think it's one of the problems we have within our society generally is this notion of what influence actually is. The people you know and the people you associate with have an overbearing influence upon what happens to you. It's not just what your parents say. In actual fact, I think for a lot of us, particularly in this society, what our parents say has very little influence. Because there is a point in time when our parents are separated from us and they have something else to say, which we listen to. So they bear responsibility for us, but we begin to make our own choices. The influence they've had from earlier on can then inform that. I found my mother was very supportive of what I wanted to do. My father was not. I didn't live with my father for most of my formative years anyway. So the influence he had upon me was minimal. But because of the kind of society we come from, there were lots of negative and positive influences. And that's just my own story. So the kind of position that Royan came at that position of, well, if I had really good grades, I wanted to do art, my parents would say that was not logical, is a very formative influence that in itself is negative. One of the biggest industries we have that is influential in the world today is Nollywood. All right? In Nigeria, when I was a child, if you said you want to do theatre design, today, it's an international industry. The world is your oyster. I think that those of us, particularly in the West, need to recognize that the influence we have upon everything is taking that ball and saying, this is our oyster. Bollywood is the foremost industry in terms of films. It's bigger than Hollywood. Everyone watches Hollywood films, but they ignore the fact that India has some of the poorest people in the world and some of the most wealthy in the world. They have one of the biggest populations, and all of those are influences. So the parental influence needs to take on board all of the influences that our children have. Okay, Alhaji Ayola used the phrase "our world." Our world is very different from what those of our children have. Those of us as parents, I have 3 children myself, and as much as all of my children, those who have done their GCSEs, are straight A students. Without me having any influence in that, all of them have gone predominantly into design fields, almost by default. Are they going to do well? Allah alam, they will. But would I have wanted them to do something else? Possibly. So yeah, if they'd gone into medicine, I'd go, well, yeah, definitely you're going to be a doctor and you'll be all right now. But would they live a fulfilled life? And I think the influences we have, we need to understand that those influences need to be positive upon our children. Let them make their own choices. Don't overly influence them. We need to understand the potential. Alhaja Zainab just used the word potential. I think all of these things are how we think about the sustainability of our influences upon our children. I would not love my child to be a medical doctor and die at 39, 40 from stress. If my child is good at one thing and decides that's what they want to do, the influence I have as a parent and duty is to sustain that for them. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you, brother. I'm going to ask Sister Alaita this question. So, Sister Alaita, are you there? Yep. Assalamu alaikum, sister. So, can you tell me the earliest recollection that you have of your parents making a decision for you, and how old were you, and were you happy with the decision that was made on your behalf?
I mean, The earliest recollection, I guess, was when I was maybe in secondary school-ish, and they started to take me to like swimming and stuff like that. I didn't express an interest in it, but they were just doing it for me because they wanted me to be really they just wanted me to use my energy in a constructive way because I was a very energetic child. And yeah, I was very happy with the decision. I didn't really fault it. I mean, okay, I remember when I started ballet when I was 6 years old, and that's because I literally told my mom, like, I need to start ballet, like ballet is my life. And then I stopped it again. And then when I got older, I asked for it again, and my mom was like, are you sure? Like, are you sure you want this? Like, are you sure you're sure? So like that decision that they made for me to do ballet, I ended up going back to it in a way. So I think our parents have this gift that they kind of can see where you'll be good in, and they just try and like push you towards what they think you're good at. And if their intuition is wrong and you voice it, then honestly they will just step back. I've had my little sisters played violin, my brothers played guitar, like we've all gone our different ways, and as soon as we tell our parents that this isn't the one, they stop. And I think what angers them is if we don't tell them that like our heart's not in it. So if you don't try to see if it's good for you and you just think, oh, I can't be bothered, or you just don't tell them, because it's all about communication. And I always think parents always have my best interest at heart. So everything they've kind of pushed me towards, I've always given it a go and been like, right, if they have pushed this towards me, I know it's from a good place. Let me try it out. And if I don't like it, I know I have the voice to say this isn't the one. So
definitely. Yeah, thank you, sister. I'm gonna pass the discussion over to Brother Judger. He has a couple of questions that he wishes to ask the panelists as well. Brother Judger, are you there?
Thank you very much, Sister Fatima, for the moderating so far. It's really going very good. We're understanding the concept of what our parent does and why do they do what they do. But in a way, we also need to understand that, are we actually making the right decision for them? Are they making it based on what we want or what we don't want? Allow me to ask, let me take the question to Sister Rafia. Sister Rafia, are you there, Sister Tolu?
Salam alaikum. Yes, I am. Yes, salam alaikum.
Every Sunday when you are coming to masjid, you drag Kamal and my lovely Khadija, you drag them down to do you think that's really what they want? Do you think they really want to come? Why do you impose your impression of attending Asalat from them? Why do you think they need to come?
Salam alaikum.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Sorry?
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot.
No, that's fine. I think it's a very beautiful question. For me, it's two main reasons. Obviously, the first is for them to learn their deen. And really, in our society, where else will they actually have that, live that experience? Let me put it that way. Where exactly will they live that experience if they don't? So for the deen and also for the cultural aspect of it, I live in Kent. At the time we moved to Kent, where I'm living now, I was the only Black girl here, and that's what everybody called me, that Black girl in the middle of the street, and there was just nowhere for my kids to learn about my religion or my culture, to live that experience. Then we go to school. Kamal at the time was the only Black kid in the whole year, maybe there was one or two other Black kid in the whole school. So everywhere he turned to, he had that feeling of isolation. He is alone. There was no one like him. And then we come into London, we come to Asalatu, and then it's just all Black people. We can listen to them speak the language. Obviously, we speak the language at home, but it's just daddy and mommy going on in their world. But it can come and, oh, okay, mommy and dad are not weird after all these other people to speak this language. It can come and mix with kids whose parents do weird things like his own parents. We go to school and it's trying to say, oh, our parents do this, and then it's coming back home and wondering, Mom, you're not like that. Yeah, I'm Nigerian, this is our culture. That was the thing. But I don't believe I actually forced them to come. I think I will use the word encourage them. I make it fun. the nature of our life here in UK, parents, we are so busy. We are so, it's intense. You go to work, you spend so much time outside the home, you come back, you get dinner ready, you give them a bath, you feed them homework, straight to bed. You realize you actually don't spend quality time together. So I make our Sunday Asalatu time and family time. We spend time together traveling down to Asalatu, be it on train, be it by car. We are spending quality family time. It's about them. No one goes on their phone. We're all catching up with each other. What have you done this week? What happened? The fun things, the not so fun things, we catch up. After Asalatu, most times we hang out for a meal, spend quality family time. So obviously they themselves, they know that, mommy, after Asalatu, Alpha now, where are we going today? They know. So I think I encourage them to look forward to Sundays because they know there is a Salatu and there's something else. There is something else nice coming up after Salatu. And that's my own way of positively influencing my children to see the beauty of my religion and to see the beauty of my culture.
That's an amazing way of putting things. You said that the reason why you encourage them to attend is to teach them about the deen, tell them about our culture in general, and also in a way to also encourage them to spend time with the kid. Brother Ryan, you've listened to what our sister has to say. For the past few years, I think I have a personal relationship with you, having to understand that you tend to see it as, why am I here? You feel a little bit isolated in terms that, what, I'd rather just do my work instead of, why can't they just leave me alone? Now listening to what the sister has to say, what do you think does that reinforces your opinion of the reason why you should attend Asalatu in the first place?
Yeah, I think I do understand what Sister Rafia said. I do understand that my parents are trying to encourage me, get me to know my deen, etc., etc. It makes sense. And in a sense, yeah, I do agree with that. It's not that I'm like, oh, why am I here? Oh my God, I want to go home. But I think maybe it got to a stage where like I did understand, and like I don't really know how to explain it, but after going to Asalatu every single week, like since I can't even remember, like I've always gone to Asalatu every single week. I think I guess I got used to it, and I did understand why my parents were trying to encourage me. But then I don't know, I started feeling as though maybe the stuff that we were doing at Asalatu I could do at home by myself. So I don't know whether my reasons were justified or like why I felt how I felt. But
have you tried explaining this to your parents about you feeling that what you do at Asalatu, you can do it at home? Can they justify any more for the reason why you should attend?
I won't really say that I've expressed any like major like I haven't said to my parents, no, I don't want to go to Asalatu. No.
You
but
think
it's pardon?
You think they won't listen?
It's not that I think they won't listen, but I don't know, maybe it's not been as important of a matter for me to be saying no, definitely not. Because at the end of the day, Asalatu is Asalatu. It's not something that completely don't want, but it's something that I was like, why are we here today? I don't really know how to explain it.
That makes sense. Thank you very much on that. I mean,
sorry, could I ask the brother one question? If you had programs more centered towards younger adults, would that make any difference to you at all? Because I just listened to you say, what am I doing here today? Yeah, I think most of our programs are more focused towards the older adults, so to say. So if we had things focused towards the younger adults, would that make any, younger adults, would that make any difference to you at all?
I think that is something that they, like my Asalatu pages work, I think that is something that they did start doing, because then we had like, we started having weekly like youth pages inside where we would have like our youths of the mosque talking about different things. I was a part of that in some weeks as well. But I think the reason I like didn't care for that much was because of the fact that the friends that I had in my Asalat that I grew up with, literally, because we went Asalat every single week, they had really stopped going to the mosque. And then every week I would go to the mosque and I would see nobody that I personally like knew. So all my friends that I grew up in mosque with, like they weren't there. So I would go to mosque and I wouldn't exactly talk to anyone because
yeah, I kind of understand where you're coming from, in the sense that you feel in a way isolated, like, okay, I'm just here, okay, what do I do? Then you bring out your book, then you start working out maths or doing physics and things like that. Anyway, let me speak. There are some hands raised. I would come back to them in a minute. I need to get Brother Israel's opinion on something. Brother Israel, are you with us?
Yes,
Israel,
I am.
I know you. I know your mother has been extremely supportive of your career, of your upbringing and everything. Has there been any situation whereby you say, "Mom, you know what? This isn't what I want." Would you like to share that with us? And how did she take it?
I don't think there's been a situation where I've gone to her and said, "This is not what I want." Well, actually, hold on. That's not the full truth. Actually, only in recent times, I think early this January, in light of everything that's going on in the world and the complications with college and university, I think I said to my mom, I went to my mom's room and I said to her, I don't think I want to go for a second master's with aviation. I already had the plan to do aviation after this master's that I'm currently working on. I said immediately after this, I'd go and do another master's for aviation engineering. And then through multiple conversations and through the scheme of things and how things were going, I wasn't really feeling like I had the energy nor the motivation to actually do a second master's in aviation engineering. So I went to her and I said, I don't think I want to do this. I said, I don't think I want to do the second master's. I think I'd rather work, gain some experience. And she said, why? I said, I think I'm tired of school. I told her, I think I'm tired of school. I think I've had enough of school for the time being. And she says, you know what? That's okay. But I still encourage you to still try do it. So it wasn't like she was telling me to do it. It was more so she said, try, see how this year or this master's go and try. She was nudging me to essentially just go for it, do it, complete it, because it's something that I said I've always wanted to do since I was very young. I tried chase a plane and see if I can catch up to it, which was impossible and it wasn't going to happen. But little me tried and obviously never succeeded. So I've always been interested in planes, and I said I'd do aviation in my master's, in my second master's. So I suppose as a student, it was, and as a child, it was more of a doubt sort of thing in the grand scheme of things and how everything is playing out right now. But I still think I'm not 100% certain if I'm still going to do a second master's in aviation. I think I'm now deviating to other things that I find interest in. So I suppose that would be the example. That would be the example that I have on that particular question that you asked.
Do you think that she was convinced with your explanation of it, or do you think you left her shortchanged?
I think I did left her shortchanged. I don't think she was convinced in my explanation because it was basically, Mom, I don't think I want to do a second master's. That was it. It wasn't like I gave a full detailed account as to why I didn't want to do it. It was like, I'm actually quite tired of school. That's what I said. I said, I'm actually quite tired of university. The lecturers are wrecking my head. I'm not getting any response about the project that I'm currently doing. And it's very important. Ventricular late potentials. I needed something that could work for the medical industry. And everything's slow. And I thought that if this is how things are going to continue in the long run, in the grand scheme of things, is it really beneficial for me to put myself through the same exact stress for aviation, especially as a master's working on control systems with aviation? So I thought to myself,
And I said, I don't think I could put myself through that again. And I just said, I don't think I want to do it. I did leave her short change. I didn't really give her much of a full synopsis of why I didn't want to continue with my second master's. But I do have other reasons as to other, when I say other reasons, I have other ambitions that I'd like to pursue instead. Yeah.
You know, what the reason why I was asking that question is because, you know, sometimes through a dialogue or a sit-down discussion, people might tend to understand everyone's point of view. You know, when you raise your concern and she raises ours, then we look at the pros and the cons. That superior argument will always win. You know, what's the point of me going for a second master in aviation if my mind would not be there? You know, it's more of me wasting my time, you know, spending money that is not necessary. You know, those are the things that I feel like, you know what, it makes sense for me to have the detailed discussion with parents. You know, our parents are not also stupid, you know, they do listen. And most times they want the best for us. And that's the thing. Let me take from the hands raised.
Sorry, brother, before you go, let me flag a takeaway for branch leaders who are here. Brother Rohan has put a critical point on the table as to why do children stop coming to Asalatu or to even if it's online. So my flagging this is for branch leaders who are listening here. We should ask ourselves these questions as to whether all our programs are Agbalagba focused. Okay, and I'm putting this again to the youths. We've always had this conversation. We have took a very wide category of our definition of youths, from those teenagers to all of those adults. So for example, your weekly Friday program, I find it very interesting, but it will not interest my Abdul Rahim. Okay, who is a teenager? The issue about marriage, life in marriage, sex, all of those, it would be out of place for them. So are we missing out catering to their needs? Are we not putting programs that cause their attention? So if you are a branch chairman, a branch human affairs secretary, a branch youth secretary, education secretary that are here, when you leave this platform today, go and assess your programs and say, are we missing out something that is not bringing these kids onto the platform? Salam alaikum. I just thought we should flag that as an action point.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much. As also action point, we do have a section for the teenagers platform. The platform does not include that platform that you are on at the moment, because you are not a teenager, sir. So we have a teenager platform whereby Abdurrahim and the likes are actually there, and they do have a bit of discussion on there as well, inshallah. I'll continue to guide them, inshallah. Let me take, I think it's Ajia Aflabishitu. Please, we will make it 1 minute each, please, so that we can go around, inshallah. Ajia Aflabishitu, I'm going to give you right to talk. Please, can you unmute yourself now, please? Now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah to be part of this discussion today. Looking at the topic on ground, I think it might be divided into about 2 or 3 phases of life. But number one is only 1 minute, but I'll be quick. Number one, when we have these children, we tailor them to what we think is the best as a parent. Just like Kamal mom have just said, I usually force my children to Asalatu because I want them to be used to it. Even though they were like that back home, but when they got to this environment, it's a different environment from where we came from. And societal influence affects a lot of children in this country. If you are fortunate, you didn't fall into that group, it's Allah. It's not because one is pious. So for one to have the children that you can take to Asalatu, or the children you can talk to and they follow what you say, it's a good opportunity. But with prayer, we just continue to do our best. We as parents, we should do what we think is the best for us to do. The children have their own side as well to do. But we parents, it's not because we're difficult. When we think this is the right way for them to do, or we think this profession might be better for them than that. We can't choose for them, but we could tailor them and advise them and guide them around what they want to do. At the end of the day, they will get to where they want to, because we cannot force their professional choice on them. That is the second phase of life. Third phase of life, choosing a partner. Because when they go out there, that might not be part of what you're discussing, but I think you fall into it. When they go out there, they mix a lot. Sometimes they might not be able to fall into the group where they see all Muslim to relate with. So this is another big phase of life for we parents. But our children, when we talk to them, they believe they know what they are doing. They can choose for themselves. We can't choose for them. We will only try our best, but we are not difficult. We only try to tailor them to what we think is the best.
All right, thank you very much, Ma. You speak more on prayer and find ways to encourage our children on this. It's only Allah that can guide them. We will try our best to make sure that we do what we think is right. Let's take our father, Alhaji Tola Korede. Sir, please, we would appreciate if we can make it as within 1 minute, please, inshallah. Alhaji, please unmute yourself, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank the youth for the program that you are just going through. I've listened very carefully to the various presenters, the questions that are being asked, and the various responses. Initially, I wanted to say we are about to digress from the actual topic, which says parental influence on children, because I begin to see a mix-up between parental guidance and parental influence. I wonder whether the two is what we are dealing with, but be that as it may, the point is that we cannot shy away from the responsibilities entrusted in the hands of the parents over children. At a point in time, there is need for parents to guide their children, properly. So, and at another point in time, whatever parents do, if you indulge in something positive, you are likely to influence the decision to be taken by your children. If you do something positive or negative, whichever way, is logical, is an automatic influence that will come on the children. For example, people coming to Asalat and they decide to go with their children. The ideal thing is that they want them to be God-fearing. They want them to inculcate the culture. They want them to be part of what is done in the Asalat as a society. But then, at that point in time, they are still doing what we call parental guidance. They are guiding them. At certain age of those children, they will begin to think of taking decisions of their own. At that point in time, every parent should realize that. And it will start changing from guidance to mentoring towards taking a positive decision in life. And that should not be misconstrued to be a hardline influence on their decision. You should allow them to take decisions that will best favor them in life with proper mentoring, giving them example. You want to do A. You want to do A. These are the likely things that will happen to A, B, C, D. Go and think about it and come back with your choice. The parents are supposed to be with them to take right decision, not to influence the decision. The point of influence is in the character when they are coming up. When whatever parents does, whatever you think positively, if you indulge in something negative that is not good, and you think your children are looking at you and they will not copy it, you are deceiving yourself. So Almighty Allah will guide us parents to leading our children to the right path. as the chairman have rightly said, this is a serious take home. A lot of branches, we have programs that are not geared towards the various levels of categories of our members. Nasfat has a classical definition. That is why we have Children Affairs Secretary. That is why we have Youth Secretary. And that is where we have Women's Affairs Secretary. The classification of membership into these three categories is a proper information that each level has certain different agenda that best suits them. For children, the Children Affairs Secretary has to be preparing them at that level. When they're getting between teenagers and the youth category, I believe what I'm seeing, Brother Abdurrahim Keji, you are doing wonderfully well. God Almighty Allah will continue to strengthen you. And on the parent side, our programs also are also improving. But then, as we are doing today now, we have given them a window to showcase what do they have. And alhamdulillah, this is a very good idea. May Almighty Allah help each and every one of us to ensure that we have our children being guided accordingly, mentored accordingly, and whatever our character is, positive one, should have influence in their life. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salatu wa salamu ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you very much, sir, for that word of encouragement, explaining guidance and also influence. I've got some hands up, but before I go there, let me quickly ask Sister Lighton something. Sister Lighton, are you there? Do you think that parents have huge influence on who we bring home as partner? Do you really look at, will my mother approve? Will my father approve? Or I want someone like my father? Does that make a huge impact or influence on who you decide to bring home?
To a degree, I think it's 50-50 because it depends on the child in a way. So I feel like if you are a child that really connects with your parents and you're very empathetic towards them, then you're going to be very mindful of what your parents expect from you, and that will have an influence on you. Whereas if you're a child where you're quite independent and you have this way of thinking that my decision is my decision, if I want someone, I want someone, then you might be of the mindset that, well, I'm just going to get anyone and my parents have to accept that person. So I really do think it depends on the parent-child relationship more than just the parents. But in terms of modeling, in terms of the parents modeling their relationship to influence the way the child sees love, I do feel like that has a very, very big influence on the way we just see love. So a lot of people I've spoken to from like ethnic households, so African, Asian, Chinese, say that some of them don't really see their parents' affection. So when they get into relationships, they don't know how to be affectionate, and they don't feel that they need to be affectionate because they don't see that as part of love. And so it's kind of like whatever you see your parents do, you're like, oh, this must be the right way when you're younger. But I think as you grow up and as you mature and as you experience life more, you realize that, you know, your parents are only human and your parents are going to do what they do because they're their own people. And you have to find what works for you because you're your own person too. So I hope that answers the question.
It does answer the question actually very well, because it depends on the relationship between your parents. Because if you don't have that relationship, then nothing will work. So let me ask one of our father, Brother Onitolo, do you think what Sister Olaito has said? You know, she said it depends on the relationship. What happened when she eventually said, you know what, I've listened to this, I'm bringing this person home. As a parent, how can you address or put across your point if you've seen something that is fundamentally wrong with that person? How do you put across your point that you will think that your child will actually listen to you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I think she quite rightfully pointed to the idea that, well,
by the time your child is at that point in life, they are very much their own person. And I'd like to think, at least, that there is a point in time where, as a parent, you begin to understand that your children have their own distinct personalities. And as much as you are the arbiter of guidance for them, you allow them to be able to make particular decisions incrementally as they get older. So if, for argument's sake, my child were to bring someone home who I felt there was something distinctly problematic with, I don't think they would have a problem with me pointing that out. In fact, I think they would readily understand that I was being obviously negligent if I did not. I would like my children to feel that in terms of them, their interests are at the foremost of any decision I would make to them. And it's a bit like anything. As parents, we're not the arbiters of all knowledge. We don't have all the answers, and we have made our own mistakes, and our own mistakes influence the decisions we make for ourselves. And it's virtue of those mistakes we're able to influence what happens with our children. I think that would be my experiences are what inform whatever influence I have upon my children. I'd like to be able to use that to good effect. So I hope that kind of deals with answers the way I would deal with it. I mean, other people would do something very different, of course.
It does. It's just for everyone to have a look at it. Of course, someone said that parenting is the easiest thing to talk about or to teach, but it's the hardest thing to do. You know, everybody has.
We're not born as parents.
Sorry, say that again.
We're not born as parents. We're not born as parents, and we consistently learn to be parents till we die.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Let's take our father Hamzat. Please, let's make it 1 minute, please, inshallah. You have right. Please meet yourself, sir.
Okay, I'll try to even make it less minute because Brother Onitolo has just echoed some of my thoughts, and that is to say that we parents must admit that we do not know it all, and that whatever we do with our children, what is foremost is actually their best interest. So in the bid to try to serve their best interest, we must also give room for the individuality they have grown to be, because at some point they would define themselves, their own characters and their own values. So where their values differ from ours, then we just have to let them live their life. All we can do is, as much as possible, at their formative years, for us to try and guide and influence those values which we think are the right one, and for us to see them, to identify with them. And that is why in those years of 3 to 10, if we have to drag them to Asalat, let us drag them. And when it gets to that time when we have to sit down at the table and they will now say, okay, what do you think? What do you think? We discuss and we concede. Yeah, we'll do that. So by and large, this is a very broad topic that covers parental guidance, influence, and so on. It's a good initiative from you guys, and may Allah continue to help you to do more of this with a positive result. I would also like to echo the administrative lesson, and that is that our programs must reflect our entire demography in Nasfat. If we're not representing any of the demographies, it is understandable if they are not identifying with us. May Allah continue to guide us. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Our mother, Olabusari, please, let's make it as brief as possible, please, ma'am. 1 minute, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
First, I'd like to thank the youth for bringing this interesting topic. Without much ado, so many other people have spoken. I'm just going to take on some of the things that have been said. Brother Sister Olaito and Brother Abdul has really touched on child development. Because as a parent, we need to understand children are different and children develop differently. the way child A would understand and be mature will be different from the way, could be different from child B. So we can base all children's decision making. We can generalize it. In terms of parental influence, I do not support parental influence on children's decisions. However, I would believe that it is very important that a parent is able to dialogue with a child. Talking about what you said earlier, to convince your partner about, convince your mom or your parents about your partner. I think it's about dialogue. A parent cannot say, no, 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 no. There has to be that form of dialogue. You have to check to understand from both sides why mom is saying no and why the child is saying yes, to try and dialogue to reach, a decision in terms of that. Also, okay, right. In terms of decision making, we need to also understand that sometimes our children need us as parents to make decisions. Not all children would sit down and say, this is what I want to do. Some children will come to you as a parent to say, Mom, please help me here. I have ABC. I'm looking at this course. I'm looking at that course. I'm looking at that course. We can always work on it together. You can always go online to look at the, what are the pros and cons. You can always look at what are the benefits, what are the advantages of that course, and how quick the child could get a job, because nobody wants to do a course that you would do and you would have to struggle to find a job. So they will come to us, but I don't support us influencing saying you have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer. But when they come to you with that advice, as a parent, we should be able to give them options. Also, only very small number of children will ask parents to send them to Arabic classes. I'm going into Ilekeu here, children. You will not see a child say, Mom, send me to Ilekeu, send me to Arabic classes. Yes, they will come to Asalat too, but some of them come to Asalat to network, to play, to meet their, older peers. However, as they grow up, I think we need to start to introduce the Arabic teachings, Arabic learning into them, so that as they grow, they will know what the religion is all about. Because if we don't do that, that's why the children come to Ilekeu with you, but when they reach certain age, they will resilient. They would not want to come again because they don't understand it. So it's better to support them, to help them, to put them in that Arabic, to influence them onto that Arabic classes so that they can learn Arabic. Because that as a parent, that's the best lifetime gift you can give to your child. If they learn the Quranic teaching, if they learn about Islam, if they know more about the religion they're doing. Because at the end of the day, we're going to grow older, we're going to go someday. But if you leave that with them, it's a lifetime gift. They know where to turn when there's trouble. They know what to do when they need to speak to Almighty Allah. They know what to do when they're about to embark on any journey, be it their life decision, be it traveling, be it whatever. So in terms of parental influence, I would say when it comes to Arabic teaching, you will never see a child that would say, send me to Ilekeu. As a parent, we can influence that. It's not around.
I'm sorry, I might need to stop you there, man, because we're running out of time.
Right. So, all right. Thank you very much. So, I pray Almighty Allah make all our children Qurata unit for us, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Let me quickly call on Tahir. Well, Tahir, please quickly make it within a minute, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
Yeah, my own advice goes to the children. We children should admit that we should admit that our parents have some parental roles on us, and we should also know that there are some decisions which we have to make, and our parents have to have some roles on it. And we should also know that one day they will account in the presence of Almighty Allah for their parental roles on us. That means there are some decisions which we just have to let our parents make for us. In some cases, they can correct us when we are going wrong, and they can influence us positively. That's my own contribution. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's take Brother McNua. You had your hand up earlier. If you're still there, can you unmute yourself, sir?
Yeah. Who is that?
McNua.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to use this opportunity to actually commend the youth. Alhamdulillah, we're coming on board. Just not to hit into my 1 minute. We'll talk about that more. But what I just quickly want to charge us with, going by, because I don't want to repeat what everybody has said, but there's one thing I noticed that we have not paid attention to, and that is the fact that I'll give an experience of what happened in Pages Walk. All the time throughout in Pages Walk, we always try to engage the youth. But it got to a point, inshallah, what actually happened was that we couldn't find them. All right. And I want to say, from what we've heard here so far, I think that has actually made my point. We couldn't find them in the sense that we brought the young pages and all this. Most of the time, we find out that we don't even find the teens that's supposed to, resource them. But the point is, we parents, and that is what I'm trying to charge us, that we are just looking at is a two-way street. In the case of we trying to say we don't want to say influence them, or which other words that do we want to use? We don't want to, make our, lodge our own whatever on them, basically. We try to share the way, and at the end of the day, we are not really hitting the point. Because one thing is this, in my own experience, I always feel like if I should leave him alone at home and I'm away in the mosque, I cannot really tell what he's doing. So all the time, I always want to say to him, let's still go. It's better when we are here, we're going to see what we can do. And like we've said so far, that has been the case. But if all parents work together to say, this is where we are, even if we're saying it's not working well at the minute, there's always foundation. Let's build the foundation and let's have the populace. Because if they are not there, there's no amount of youth program that we want to put together that will see anybody, to come on board. But we try as much and we're never going to relent. And that is what we should charge ourselves. We're going to leave the zonal platform at some point. We're going to refer back to our branches. Like the zonal chairman has said, it's something that we should hold on to. Branches is never, ever, ever late. And I want to challenge us to that. So it's just about bringing them on board and ensuring that they are there so that when the programs are being put on board, we have people to actually, man them. So may Allah make it easy and then reward and then grant us success in all our effort to put them together. And quickly as well, about advising them on what they want to be, approach is once we observe what they are good at, they might be zeroing their vision on this is what I want to do because of this skill that I've got. But what we need to do as parents is to just open to them as well all the big window of what that skill they got can take them into. And let them square into the best space within that skill set. But most of the time we find out that they will come out to say, this is what I want to do because of this skill. This is what I like. You can still use that which you like in this and other callings. You will be using the same skill set. What you enjoy, you will be doing, but it's more, rewarding. And they will probably not know that until you let them know. So we're still there to advise them and to guide them. May Allah help and guide each and every one of us and make it easy for them and us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh. You've not finished your 1 minute,
That's all right.
Ajia Konde, please. 1 minute, please, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
And thank you for giving us this opportunity. I just wanted, what I wanted to really contribute in this situation is that from my home perspective, I'm being a member of Pages Walk for a very long time because I have all my kids in Pages Walk. And I wanted to touch the topic of taking our kids to the mosques. And I remember I always take my children to the mosques then. And it got to a certain, and taking them to the mosque, I will always support that, in the sense that you have to teach your children what you want them to be. Sometimes for me, I don't call it influencing, I call it guidance. And you have to show somebody something for them to be able to judge you on it. So taking my children to school, it got to the certain stage that they come to me at a certain age that, oh, they don't want to go to Asalat, and I have to ask them why they don't want to go. Then they give me their opinion. Then they gave me the reason, what they were doing, what they were not getting, what they were getting. And then from there, I was able to help them more better in knowing more about Islam. Because from that time now, I've done what I wanted to do from the grand age, because like your grandma saw it, when it's fresh, but then it's going to break up. So in that situation, from that early age, when they were very young, I've inserted Islam into them and made them know what is right and what is wrong in Islamic. And now that they're growing up, they have their own opinion. I have my own opinion. I sit down with them, we argue, we challenge, we do things in Islamic way. And the same thing goes to education as well, in the sense that maybe for our own time, our parents used to tell us what to do. But in this situation, I still tell my children what to do, to the decision they made, but just in a different way. And my way is guidance. So when your children, I believe that when our children come to us and tell us, oh, mommy, this is what I want to study. And for me, I say, this is what you want. Okay, I go to the internet as well. I do my bit research. I put my cons and pros into the paper. So when I call them, okay, come and tell me what you want, why you wanted to study this, why you wanted to do this, why you wanted to do that. Then when they are talking to me, then I challenge them. Then we challenge each other. So the only way is that sometimes when we are not able, when we don't get, we have to get in depth of what they want to do. That is the only way we'll be able to correct them. That is the way we'll be able to see things more further, because it's not every children has the power or have the courage to decide for themselves. They still need help sometimes. Some are okay, but some are not. But for those that are not okay, we parents need to prepare ourselves. We don't just shut our children that, oh, mommy, I want to do, and I want to be an artist. I say, oh, artist, shut up, no, not like that. You go and study what artists do, the different type of artists, and then ask your children, what kind of artist do you want to be? So this is what is available for you. This is what do you really wanted to do this? Do you really like this? Can you see yourself in this situation? I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about happiness, because I believe if you are doing this and you are happy, you will excel in it. But if you are doing it for the money's sake, then at the end of the day, you will get bored at a certain age. So you need to enjoy your job or whatever you are studying to excel in it. So for me, I don't call it influence. I call it guidance. And then in the aspect of saying,
Ajiama, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I need.
Thank you very much. Sorry. You know that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Welcome. Thank you. Pass that over to Sister Fatima, please.
Assalamualaikum, everyone.
Walaikum salam.
Is Sister Farida there?
Assalamu alaikum, I'm here.
Walaikum salam, sister. Could you please put your camera on just so we can all see you?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. In regards to everything that everyone's talked about, in regards to going to the masjid and being a participant in the whole Asalatu, what would you say to that? Do you feel like you can go to mosque and feel like there's events there for you, or would you feel like a bit like Royhan and feel a bit isolated when you do go to mosque?
I think a bit of what Royhan said, because and stuff, and yeah, it got to the point, not in the sense of like people I grew up with were in there, because like we moved from anyone there anyway, but in the sense that I didn't really get it. But then as I like now at uni and stuff, getting more in touch with my religion, like you said, like I can just do the stuff in my room by myself, like I have the book and I can just read it. But I understand the aspect of trying to learn about your culture and your deen from like other people that are doing the same thing and that are like doing it in a similar way to what you're doing. I don't remember her name, but like the mother who spoke about taking her kids there, like I understand and see that perspective now. But yeah, I was the same, like kind of like, I don't know if I would even go when we go back, because it just doesn't seem necessary. Like I can understand it occasionally. How we used to be, maybe it's changed now. It just feels like I could do the the aspects that I would want to get from a Salah to anyway, do that myself.
Okay, so with you saying that you'd rather do it by yourself, what if there was something put aside for the youth that happens every single Sunday? Would that interest you in going back to mosque?
I guess it depends on what it is. Like, is it separate to the aspect that we would be doing in a Salah when you're like, in terms of adhkar, reading the Quran as well, or separate to that? Sorry.
So if you, obviously you'll have like your main Asalat where they read the book, and then an extra activity on the side where you go somewhere completely different to where the adults are, and it's just youth. Would you then be interested in would you then feel the need to come back into mosque slowly?
I guess more so than how it is now. Yeah, if you put it that way, then yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's the problem at the moment. I think Nasfat as a whole is more tailored towards adult as opposed to the youth. And I think if like Mr. Yola and a couple of people suggested, if the branch take a step each to providing that little space for the youth so that the youth population can grow back and hopefully bring back the youths that we've lost and kind of retain the youths that we have or are growing up. I think that would make Nasfat so much better as a whole, as a community as well. Thank you, Sister Farida. I don't actually have any more questions for anyone, but the judge, do you have any more questions? Brother Judge, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch it. What did you say? What did you say?
Oh, the judges.
No, I said I don't actually have any questions to pose to anyone at the moment. So I was asking if you had any questions.
Oh, thank you very much for that. I mean, I don't think we can exhaust this topic. It's extremely broad, and it's just for us to appreciate our parents. I have most of my youth on this platform now. I just want to encourage us and tell us that the last time I said that we need to understand that no one will like us or love us as our parents. No one can have our utmost interest in mind. No one would truly and really want us to be successful as our parents. We need to have that as our number one understanding. And the issue here is that the manner at which we present that love. You know, out of love, our parents tend to overstress things. They overpower what they want to explain to us. So that way we might not get it right with them. So we need to get that at the back of our mind that our parents really want to do. So let us tolerate them, listen to them, look at things from their own point of view. You know, allow them to also make their wish. You know, they want to own the process. They want to be there and say, you know what, I contributed to the success of my child. You know, let us give them that opportunity to do that. And after saying that, parents also need to understand that you need to allow us to make our mistake. You know, give us the opportunity to get it wrong, or give us the privilege to get it right as well. You know, if you don't trust us with issues like this, or with issues like deciding on the university that I want to go to, if you don't trust me on that, how can I feel empowered enough? You've paid so much for me to go to madrasa, to go to school. You know, all these should be part of the things that we need to entrust in our kids, so that going forward, we'll be able to justify that, you know what, my parent has trust in me. I don't want to break that trust. May Allah continue to guide us right. I don't know if I have time. I know I've overstretched my time from the mission board. If they allow me, let me call on our father, Alaji Adetunji, just for 1 minute, please, sir.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All protocols observed. The praise will be for you by the grace of Almighty Allah, not to spend my 1 minute. My contribution is just to say that when you mention the issue of influencing partners for our children, my perspective is charity, they say, begins at home. What is the relationship between the father and the mom that the children are looking up to? Do they have that cordial relationship when it comes to the choice of partner? You see, a boy that grows up or a lady that grows up seeing the father beating the mom every day may not even have the attitude or the brain to bring in anyone at home at all. So what I'm saying is, if there's that cordial relationship between mom and dad, the children will always be praying that they have the kind of mom. The daughters will be praying they have the kind of husband that their father is to their mom, and similarly, vice versa for the boys. So what I'm saying is that is the practical influence about partnership. When they now go out there to study whoever they want to marry, they will want to see what they have seen in their parents that they like to exude from that particular person they are bringing home. So they are already forming that opinion from home. So it behoves on we, the parents, to be good models that our own children will like to copy in terms of partnership. So if it is wrong at home level, you can be sure it's only by Allah's grace that you have it the opposite way when they go out there. So even if you're going to influence what they are going to bring home, if you yourself don't stand right at home and they are bringing somebody, introducing you to someone, and you are saying no, and they know that you are not even up to half of what they are bringing home. So I think majority of things lies with where the parents. Assalam, may Allah guide us right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Our ZM has his hand raised. Let's quickly take him. Just please bear me to override that, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
This
one, inshallah, is getting more and more interesting. But because of time, I will employ the youth Amir to check all the names in the attendees. Inshallah, next week, we are coming for the part 2. Please, inshallah, I'm taking this from all my affairs. We're going to discuss it with the zonal youth. We are coming for the part 2. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Wow, that's good. Thank you very much for that. While we have that, I was going to ask Alhaji Adetunji one question. I'm not sure if he's still there. You know, what's happened in a situation whereby the parents are all checked out, tick in everything that is expected of the right parent. And then you ask the kid, and the kid said to you that, you know what, you guys don't even understand that my parents and us, we are of different human beings. You know, the fact that my parent is going to masjid every time does not mean that I should be going to masjid. The fact that my parent wants to do this does not mean that you should be expecting us to do that. In that kind of situation, how do you convince that child to understand that what your parents are doing are actually the right step? You know, it's not as if they are wrong, but they just say, you know what, I don't want to do what they are doing. Your Bible will say, that is the prayer. But how do we convince that child and say, you know what your parents are doing are actually quite right?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Because of time again, you see, it's like I said, it's a pattern. Once you are good and the children, they see it in you, your ways of life. I'm talking from practical experience. I've had my daughters saying it that we pray to have husband like our dad. You see, so the moment they start seeing that synergy in the house and they are going out there, it is very unlikely that they will be looking for something that is different from what they have at home. But coming back home, they will have said, we don't force them to, I don't believe that you have to force your children to Asalatu. They only have to be convinced. And how do you convince them? Like we started taking them, just like Alaja Akode said. It's stage by stage in life. In Nigeria, that was the way we brought them up, through Tajud, everything. So they grew up with that. When they got to a particular stage in life, they were not being forced again to go to Asalatu, but they still go whenever they are around from school. That is because you have brought them up, and they have seen that goodness in what you are talking about, the Quran, the Hadith, and the way you yourself relate with others and those that surround you. People like you, JJ, people like Imam, the love that they show to them when they come to Asalatu, and different Mamolo, everybody. So they love all those things, and when they come, they felt they belong to a society that they can fall back on anytime there is anything, even without their parents being there. There have been times we are away, myself and my wife, to Umrah. They don't miss Asalatu. That is because without us being there, they have seen the value of what we have introduced them to. They love to come to the masjid to break their fast for anything more than any other thing. That is just the way we have, and that is the way I think it should be. It should be natural. It should default naturally, not forcing anyone to do anything. Jazakallah khairan.
Oh, yeah, cool. Thank you very much. I know we've been given leverage for next week. Maybe we need to stop here. Let me take Sister Islamiyat quickly. Sister Islamiyat, please unmute yourself. Islamiyat.
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted now. Assalamu alaikum. Two things which I learned from. One, with our children, in terms of Asalatu, parent, well, look at me thinking of a parent now. I have to encourage them. I started going to Nasfat from London.
I'm not sure if it's me.
Like,
the line is breaking, sister. Maybe it's from my end.
It's from our end.
Oh, I think it's from my hand, silly. But I'm going to be quick with the other one. Can you hear me?
Barely, but please continue.
Can you hear me? Oh,
yes,
no.
we can.
So it's about communication, basically. Is it? No, okay, I'll pass.
Sorry, sister. You can put your
Sorry, I think I'll pass.
You can put it on the chat box where the internet has come to not operating today. Sorry, madam. Let's
all right.
Alaji Efukunle, please, you can unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. Well, I'd wanted to stay without making any contribution or talk because I've been enjoying this topic. Everybody that contributed today have contributed very well. They started with not probably knowing what we want to talk about, the role model or parental influences. But the contributions from fathers, mothers, indicate that we exactly know what we are doing. So I just have to thank the organizer of this program, Brajeje and Co. You have done very, very well. What I would like to talk about is just about the fact that parental influences is consciously or unconsciously happening in every home, whether we like it or not. Is that consciously or unconsciously? And this is why the issue of modeling cannot be eliminated from parental influences. For those people who are very lucky, they have everything going the way they want. For the people on the other side, it's not because they know how to do it. This is people have said a lot of things about guidance, modeling, mentoring, teaching, supporting. All these are just one thing. That thing is about being aware that you need to understand understand your children, understand yourself. When this understanding, I want to choose this one in terms of choice of education, choice of marriage. I think it's about us understanding. Some parents, like my namesake, Alhaji Olatunji, said, "Oh, this idea of inculcating this Islam into his family started not from here, but from home, from Nigeria, when the children are very young. So if we started very young, anything we start very young, we either produce the negative or the positive influences on the children. If I produced this other way, but with strong belief, with strong prayer, the conscious prayer as well, and the unconscious prayer for our home. We have to think about that as well. We have to know that as well. So we have to start right from the beginning, because when the children are young, their brain is water. It's water, it absorbs. It absorbs everything you do. So this is why we need to be conscious of what we do. This is where we need to understand the children as well. Watch them and see what they can do, and they can do better. May God continue to guide the organizer of this program. I just love it. I just love the contribution for our fathers and the mother in the program. May God continue to guide you, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khairan. I think we'll have to stop here. I've not all the hands up. I'm so sorry that we have to stop here because there is time to stop the program. Our Alpha have been very generous to us by allowing us to revisit an improved version of the program. We might be bringing in a guest speaker from outside to look into this situation as well with us, whereby we can ask questions about this next week, inshallah. We will look into it inward and see if we can bring in a guest speaker and have a second version. We've taken people's ideas on board, and we'll come back with a more robust, comprehensive answers to way forward on how can we improve on this. Inshallah, may Allah continue to guide us. We ask Allah to bless our parents. They've done really well for us. May Allah continue to increase your knowledge and also the needed financial strength to continue to be a wonderful parent to us. Thank you very much. And thank you to our missioners for giving us the time to do this. And of course, thank you to all the Zona Executive Council for always supporting our youth program. Thank you very much. We ask Allah to continue to reward us and guide us. Thank you to all the panelists today. You've done really well today. Sister Fatima, thank you for hosting the program. Sister Rafia, Brother Blakim, our mother Karima Olafijana, and all our youth members as well. Thank you very much. Inshallah, we'll see you next week. May Allah continue to bless us. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Without wasting any much time, we do the closing prayer and we hope that we reconvene next week, inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us good health and give us extended opportunity to enjoy the goodness of the world and the hereafter. Allahumma rabbana atina
there's a button phone in there. Bring it for me, please. Just the phone to answer calls. You bring it for me.
اللهم ربنا أفرج علينا صبرا وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكي أنت خير من زكاها أنت وليها ومولاها. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وتركنا بعدهم يومئذ يموج في بعد ونفيق في سور فجمعناهم جمعا فجمعناهم جمعا
فجمعناهم جمعا فجمعناهم جمعا فجمعناهم جمعا فجمعناهم جمع. الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين آمين آمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. أجب دعوة